opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, good morning. In the interest of safety for all present in the chamber, please keep your mask on and sit in your designated area. We also request members to sign their attendance slips on your desks. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move that the House suspends Rule 290, subsection 2A, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled for the purpose of conducting the second reading debate today on the Adjustments Appropriations Bill. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on 2021 Medium-Term Budget Policy Statement.
Deputy Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to record the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Okay, we'll note that. Okay, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Deputy Chief Whip. Indaba ungahlali khona la sis. Ngaphandle ukuthi uyajima ke.
Ngiyajima, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Deputy Speaker, could you note the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
I will.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of the EFF.
I will.
And the EFF Plus.
Yes, I will.
And the UDM, sir.
I will, sir. Thank you. Objections will be noted. The report are agreed to. The Secretary will read the third and fourth order together.
Debate on 2021 Medium-Term Budget Policy Statement. First reading debate, Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Honorable N.S. Buthelezi, Usfisolo. Honorable Member, it's your turn.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, the African National Congress supports the Adjustment Appropriations Bill, B-20-2021. A reporter of the Mail and Guardian stressing the super exploitation of women observed, I quote, in Southern Africa, it was this paradigm that condoned the enslavement and parading of Sarah Baartman as a freak show attraction in the 19th century Europe. Baartman was never seen as a human being, but as a freak whose black body was exploited and subjugated to gratify the master's sexual curiosity and need, unquote. It is no exaggeration to say that the devastating impact of COVID-19 has been severe to women and children. This explains why, as the African National Congress will support the measures contained in this bill to save lives and livelihoods. Honorable members, This week, we lost two of the best South Africans. We mourn the passing on of Mama Lindiwe Mabuzo, a revolutionary who understood that thousands of young people who ended up in exile needed a mother figure. I can attest, Honorable Chief Whip, that Mama Lindiwe was our mother when we were away from our biological mothers. Secondly, Comrade Ibrahim, when things were darkest and again away from our biological fathers, he also became a father figure to us on Robben Island. The freedom we are enjoying today is because of their sacrifices, and we shall forever be indebted to them. May their beautiful souls rest in eternal peace. The struggle against gender-based violence continues. As we continue the struggle of total emancipation, we are inspired by the wise words of former President Nelson Mandela when he says, I quote, "Domestic violence, rape, abuse of women remain disgraceful blots on the reputation of a country that is called a miracle nation," unquote. He continues to say, "I've never regarded women as in any way less competent than men," unquote. We're in total agreement with you, Madiba. Honorable members, this bill is about the adjustment to the Appropriations Act passed by this House at the beginning of the year. Niyacelwa-ke futhi ukuthi nikhulume ngalo mthetho niyeke ukunhlanhlatha njengoba abanye benzile ngeviki eledlule. Nizozwa-ke bazoqala bakhulume ngamabhanoyi, abanye bazokhuluma ngezimbongolo, abanye bakhulume ngezithuthuva. Asikho lapho. What we are doing here, members, is correcting misrule of successive colonial and racist apartheid governments from 6 April 1652, when that man Jan van Riebeeck set his foot in our country. Waqala lapho ukuhlupheka kwethu njengoba namhlanje singenamhlaba nje. Siyahlupheka emhlabeni wethu, sidla imbuya ngoti, bona bedla izambane likaBhondo. We are busy unraveling the apartheid omelette. Before even the Land Act of 1913, there was Glenn Gray Act of 1894, whose aim was to diminish land rights for Africans. It cannot be normal that we, who are in the majority, are confined to the arid and unproductive land, squashed like sardines. The bill adds 59.35 billion rand to the Appropriation Act. This figure includes 20.5 billion rand allocated to national and provincial departments for wage bill adjustments. This we welcome as the ANC because it shows we are a government which cares. We are a government which is not oblivious to the high cost of living faced by the workers. We are saying, despite the challenges we are facing as government, we, Deputy Speaker, the bill also allocates a further 2.342 billion rand for the purchase of vaccines, as the ANC will do everything to ensure that our people have access to vaccine. It is now common cause that supply of vaccine is no longer an issue. The issue is demand. Everyone who wants to be vaccinated, get vaccinated. Perhaps the problem is that some among us in the opposition benches are preaching an anti-vaccine gospel. Pardon my pun. While people have a right to decide whether they want to vaccinate or not, but it is wrong for lawmakers to issue unscientific statements. People have died and are still dying. This matter should be taken out of cheap politicking. This House has lost members. Members have lost their loved ones. Therefore, we are saying this is serious and cannot be turned into a political football. Deputy Speaker, we call upon the progressive the world over to condemn the stigmatization of South Africa and Africa. We thought the West have learned that this virus knows no borders. This virus affects both the rich and the poor. If there's anything we should bring us together, is the desire to conquer this invisible enemy. Just as a reminder, the first person in South Africa diagnosed with COVID-19 had just returned from Europe. Even with that knowledge, we avoided the cowboy type of reaction. We totally agree with His Excellency, the President Ramaphosa, when he says, quote, "I have personally really been disappointed in the approach the rich countries have taken on the issue of vaccines. They hoarded vaccines, they ordered more vaccines than their populations require," unquote. This greed has led to about 1.2 billion surplus vaccine doses being stockpiled by the West. The blaming of South Africa for superior science defies logic and smack of racism, prejudice, neocolonialism, and complete lack of understanding of basic science from people who are supposed to know better. The writer, Ms. Kagumire, observed, quote, "The rush to punish Africa suggests that African countries have now become the epicenter of COVID-19, when this is far from reality. This not only draws attention away from Western public health failures and rising number of infections, but also erases the efforts of African health authorities and local health systems to contain the spread of virus," unquote. The President says this approach is devoid of science. We agree with you, Mr. President. So, all members, let us call it by its name. When the opposition says it does not support the bill, it means they are saying government should not buy vaccines. Yes, that's what they are saying. If the government was to stop buying the vaccines, the rich will not suffer because they've accumulated enough money to afford the vaccines. Also, not supporting the bill means we are voting against the decision to help the suffering workers, teachers, nurses, police, to name but a few, from getting the 20 billion rand. Please come to the podium and tell them how must they deal with rising prices of petrol, bread, milk, etc. High rates of unemployment in our country are unacceptable. Recent statistics put unemployment rate at 34.9%, while expanded unemployment rate is at 46.6%. The hope of these unemployed people is government, hence the interventions. In the budget at the beginning of the year, Minister of Finance reported that government has cumulatively availed 83.2 billion rand for the public employment programs. This adjustment appropriation bill further allocates a further 11 billion rand for the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, taking this initiative closer to 100 billion rand. More than 550,000 people have benefited from this program. Young people of our country should know that you, opposition, are saying government should not help them with job opportunities. You are voting against this bill. What must our young people do? You are saying they must fend for themselves. As the African National Congress, we are saying the pain of our young people is our pain, and we shall never leave them alone. Most of the interventions necessitated by COVID-19 are temporary in nature. At the risk of sounding like a scratch record, the lasting solution to get our economy back to the growth trajectory, But even more important is that as we try to rebuild, let all our people be involved to create their future. The legacy of many abhorrent and obnoxious pieces of legislation whose aim was to keep Black people out of productive land and condemn them to perpetual poverty, where they were good as hewers of wood and drawers of water, is still with us even today. These are the laws, honorable members, which ensured that Clermont is white and very rich, while Nyanga is black and poor. Alexander is the sea of poverty, while Sentin on the other side of the road defines the richest square meter in the continent. Honorable members, as we rebuild, let the majority of the people of this country feel that they also own the economy. The beneficiaries of 3.5 centuries cannot be allowed to normalize the abnormal situation. We therefore welcome the 32.85 billion rand fiscal relief package to deal with the devastating effects of July unrest. This relief is mainly helping businesses, big and small, to get back on their feet and provide much needed employment opportunities. It is also meant to finance the SRD grant until March 2022. 3.9 billion rand is earmarked to assist with the recapitalization of SASRIA. This relief package was financed through higher than expected revenue collection because of the good performance of the commodities. The apartheid divide was again laid bare during the July unrest. It is incumbent on all of us to confront this legacy of economic exclusion. We cannot protect this inequality in our country. It has been proven the world over that unequal societies are the most...
Buthelezi, your time, I'm afraid, has gone now beyond, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Van Minen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is common cause that the South African economy is in a dire state, but our growth rate is flailing, prices rising, and we have serious structural weaknesses barring access for many South Africans. The DA notes the attempts by the Minister of Finance to focus on improving competitiveness through attempting to lower the barriers to entry to the economy and developing infrastructure to create employment. We also note the additional spending needed to counter the economic consequences of the pandemic and the social unrest caused directly by ANC economic policies and internal factionalism. However, unless underlying structural reforms are urgently instituted, the South African economy shall continue to bleed due to the fiscal massacre emanating from a quarter of a century of ANC misrule and financial ineptitude. Essentially, the basic problem is that the government distrusts the private sector, its love of state control, dressed up as the developmental state, and the necrophiliac love of the failed 20th century economic policy that so spectacularly crashed the Soviet Union and its vassals. What is urgently needed to resuscitate the economy and the fiscal future of all South Africans is the acceleration of the post-pandemic economic recovery, the urgent reduction of the gross national debt, rigorous management of expenditure, the need to genuinely support the vulnerable, no further tax increases, and allowing hard-pressed citizens to leverage their pension assets. This unfit government has demonstrated again and again, but as an incapable state, stagnating at the center of our economy, it is unable to generate growth. Active steps are required to enable the economy to grow. However, instead of government facilitating access and welcoming growth, we see more and more barriers being erected to protect their pot of gold at the expense of ordinary people. The greatest barrier to economic growth remains the government's inability to provide a reliable power supply. Power failures are costing our economy in excess of 100 billion rand per annum. Eskom remains on the brink of collapse with outdated infrastructure and budget overruns, crippled by outstanding debt and dodgy coal contracts. In addition to this, the ongoing spiral in the fuel cost, making accessing the economy more and more unaffordable for South Africans. Half of all fuel costs go into tax, and it is thus this government who is directly responsible for smothering the economy. If we are indeed to see economic prosperity on the horizon, it is important that South Africa urgently addresses the twin challenges of a high debt burden and stubbornly low economic growth rates. South Africa cannot afford to keep going down this path of a debt-based fiscal policy. The policy has only succeeded in saddling the country with a high interest rate on debt repayments, slow economic growth, and fewer resources to spend on growth drivers. The DA's modelling provides a clear blueprint for getting national debt under control sooner than the government proposes, while protecting essential social spending for the poor and most vulnerable who have truly carried the burden of the last 2 years of pandemic and lockdown. The burden that has been subject to doubling down with the increase in energy and fuel costs, the shrinking of the economy, and the contraction of the tax base. Households are already heavily taxed with minimal return from government. The DA will not support tax increases, especially when we see how the ANC government dissipates monies that should be used by the fiscus, instead on spurious bailouts and other wasteful expenditure. Of course, there was the DA bill for the leverage of pension funds to give people a kickstart and provide a boost for the economy, but not so fast. Although supported wholesale by the public and the unions, it was rejected by the government, presumably because they enjoy access to pension raids and thus don't want hard-working South Africans accessing their own money to secure their financial ability to prosper. It is time the ANC looks to what works and at what the DA has proposed for what is possible, what will boost our growth, reduce debt, and secure our future. Failing this, we will continue to stagger zombie-like towards the fiscal cliff as the ANC is unable to provide the relief necessary to revive the corpse that is the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Hlonyana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the medium-term budget policy statement presented by the Minister of Finance was meant to provide content to budget that will be presented early in 2022, a link between government policy priorities and budget, and outline government efforts to grow the economy. Since the MTBPS and the Adjustment Appropriation Bill were tabled in the National Assembly, Statistics South Africa has released two important figures that tell a tale of a country in a downward spiral without credible leadership in charge. On the 30th of November, Stat SA released the third quarter labor force survey. Unemployed increased by 0.5%, however, from the previous quarter to 36.9%. The expanded unemployment rate increased to 46.6%. Early this week, Stat SA released third quarter GDP figures. As expected, the real GDP decreased by 1.5%. These two figures are a true reflection of the state of the economy, but unfortunately, these figures are just continuation of an administration without a practical, believable, or even coherent economic plan. There was a clear commitment to establishment a state-owned bank. We are still waiting. We were told that we will soon see the establishment of Sovereign Wealth Fund. We are still waiting. We still do not have a dependable electricity supply. Instead, we are still subjected to electricity blackouts while the president dreams of electric cars, bullet trains, and smart cities. The reality for the 3.4 million young people aged 15 and 24 years who are not employed, who are not in employment, education, or training, who are supposed to transit from teens to adulthood, there is no future. The reality for hundreds of students who still owe universities outstanding fees and cannot obtain their official qualification is that there is no future without employment prospects. The reality for millions of workers whose wages continue to lessen compared to the price of petrol, food, housing, clothing, and education, there is no future under austerity and privatization. The reality for pensioners, people living with disabilities, families looking after orphans and military veterans who depends on social grants for livelihood, who are expected to pay for municipal services, there is no future where the grant increase well below the rate of inflation. The much talked about structural reforms meant to promote growth are based on misguided right-wing nonsense that seek to privatize even the most basic essential services, such as water, electricity, and sanitation. The continued misguided excitement of austerity and privatization of strategic public assets at the core of the MTBPS will not create jobs or grow the economy in a meaningful way. Instead, we'll see rising poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. The July civil unrest showed that our people are desperate and will do anything to put food on the table, including vandalization of properties. What is to be done? We know that the current administration, led by the dying ruling party, does not possess either the capacity, sophistication, or interest to lead South Africa with an economy that can produce goods people consume, with goods and food security states with the capacity to fight crime, in particular gender-based violence, quality education, health, and housing. To do this, we need a democratic state empowered to take land without compensation for equal redistribution in use. Instead of privatization, we need to expand the state capacity in strategic sectors of the economy with the capacity to lead industrialization and lead the private sector, not the private sector dictating terms of state participation in the economy. These are all the things that should define South Africa medium to long-term economic reforms and the budget that will be presented in February. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable E.M. Buthelezi. Okay. All right. It looks like the Honorable Member have technical problems. Honorable Singh, do what Chief Whips do when there's trouble.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I need to be paid triple for this, I think. Deputy Speaker, honorable colleagues, the IFP is extremely concerned about South Africa's economic...
Please, members, take care of your gadgets. Switch them off, please. Go ahead, Edat.
Thank you. I'll start again, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The IFP is extremely concerned about South Africa's economic outlook after consideration of the medium-term budget policy statement and the Adjustments Appropriation Bill's proposed allocations. It is the ordinary people of South Africa, especially the most vulnerable in our society, who are carrying the unbearable financial burden brought on by a largely dysfunctional government's inability to stabilize debt and accelerate any economic growth for our people. Simply put, the people of South Africa have been betrayed by those who were entrusted to manage the public purse. The MTB...
That is ANC for you.
Can you, members, please stop what you're doing, man? Can you just mute your microphones? And don't participate in trying to talk through without being asked to come in. We do appreciate your brilliant insights, but offer them only when asked to do so. Of course, you're out of order, Maud. You're doing exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know what arrogance is this about. Surely members should have some manners.
Deputy Speaker.
Umhlolawani.
Deputy Speaker, ehlisa umoya. This is the last day. You must enjoy this day, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member, can you keep quiet and allow us to do our work here? Please,
Yeah,
man.
let us do our work, Speaker. Ehlisa umoya, Speaker.
Just go home. Honorable member, I'll switch you off permanently. You want to go home? You will go swiftly flying. Go ahead, Honorable Swing.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hope I get injury time for that. The MTBPS stresses that the statement is about, quote, navigating South Africa's path to economic and social recovery, close quote, and that economic reforms will focus on improving competitiveness, productivity, investment, and employment. The reality could not be further from the truth. The 4 trillion rand in debt we have to service, coupled with a staggering unemployment rate of 44.4%, leaves the IFP with very little trust in the government's ability to navigate South Africa to economic and social recovery, as the MTBPS so boldly announces. The government's brash promises about ensuring a stable energy supply ring hollow in the face of the reality the public faces. How can we expect to boost investor confidence and expect our small businesses, the beating heart of communities which they are, to survive when we allegedly had more than 559 hours of load shedding in the first half of 2021 alone? As we sit here today, residents in Pretoria East have had no power for days, and hospitals in KwaZulu-Natal, serving our vulnerable people in the face of the 4th wave of the pandemic, are experiencing power outages. It is again the people of South Africa that suffer and pay the highest price for a dysfunctional government. Deputy Speaker, amidst the devastating economic impact brought on by the announcement of the discovery of the Omicron variant, the government announced an alarming increase in the fuel price. During the past 2 months alone, the petrol price has increased by over 2 rand per litre, with yet another increase of 75 cents as of 1 December. How are the ordinary South Africans, who are already struggling to make ends meet, supposed to absorb this additional cost? Following the announcement of the increase in the fuel price, the IFP immediately wrote to the Speaker of the House requesting an urgent debate on the matter. The IFP was greatly disappointed that the request was refused. On behalf of the people of South Africa, we again plead for an urgent review of the fuel price structure, something that has been on the table, I believe, from 2019. In conclusion, the IFP welcomed the announcement that no additional funding would be provided to state-owned entities, but we emphasize, as we have before, the urgent need for transparency and accountability regarding guarantees held by creditors of these state-owned entities. The IFP will continue to demand accountability and transparency and will actively monitor government expenditure. The people deserve so much more, and the IFP empathizes with the undue and unfair financial burden the people of South Africa have to carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Akhbar Vessels.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, 1 out of every 7 people in the formal sector has lost their jobs since 2018. Yet, each year, with every appropriation bill and every adjustment appropriation bill, the ANC stands here and tells us how good they are governing, how good the budget is for the economy, for development, how pro-poor the budget is, and how they are a caring government. But what happens to the money that is appropriated? We saw the audit outcomes now, and only 1 out of all the state-owned entities managed to obtain a clean audit. Only 1. What happens to the money? How much money is misspent? How much money is looted while the people are suffering? Honourable Deputy Speaker, whilst a teacher averages a salary of only 20,000 rand per month, the former CEO of Eskom, who destroyed Eskom, Brian Molefe, earned a salary of 13 million rand a year. A salary of more than R1 million a month. No wonder we have load shedding, and no wonder our education is in trouble. Whilst a warrant officer in the police service only earns 15,000 rand per month on average, a special advisor to a minister
On a point of order. Deputy Speaker,
Yes, what are you raising on, Honourable Member?
I would like to know if the member on the podium would like to take a question.
Honourable Vessels?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead, Honourable
Deputy Speaker,
Vessels.
whilst a police officer earns on average 15,000 rand, a special advisor to a minister earns anything between 100,000 rand and 185,000 rand a month. How is that good priorities? Whilst crime is rampant, this government spends 175,000 rand on luxury hotel accommodation for a provincial police commissioner. How is that good priorities? While the police does not have resources, they spend money on bodyguards for ministers, and this budget increases those bodyguard costs to 1.8 billion rand, whilst the people are suffering, whilst the people are hungry, whilst unemployment is rampant, your ministers live in luxury. And then you come here to this podium last week and tell us that the ANC are fixing South Africa and fixing corruption. It is not an achievement if you fix something that you broke. It is not an achievement if you attempt to fix something which you are responsible for. Whilst millions of South Africans struggle to apply for social relief of distress grant, 170,000 officials illegally received grants. 5,812 of them received social relief of distress grants. You are failing the poor. And then the Honourable Buthelezi tells us it's the opposition that's failing the young people of South Africa by voting against this bill. But it is the ANC government that's leaving young people to fend for themselves. The definition of a failed state may be debatable, but this is a failed government. This is a broken government. This is a government that has failed the people, that has looted, and that has only lined their own pockets, who's only interested in the luxuries of their ministers. Whilst the Honourable Buthelezi says that vaccines is a priority, 83 million rand is lost due to avoidable waste of vaccines. That is the problem with this appropriation bill, is what happens to the money, because there's no leadership, there's no responsible governance, and there's corruption and looting by you. You have failed, you are a broken government, I thank you.
Honourable Swart.
Deputy Speaker, according to the medium-term budget policy statement, Treasury expects revenues to surpass the February 2021 budget estimates by about 120 billion. This is good news, and this the ACDP welcomes. The extra revenue from high commodity prices is, however, transitory of nature, and public finances remain in a weakened and dire state. The series of shocks over the past 2 years, including the near collapse of Eskom, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the July unrest, have, however, virtually eliminated the country's fiscal space to move. The situation has further already worsened since the November statement, now that the fourth wave of COVID-19 has hit the country. The reeling tourism and hospitality industries have been further battered by a totally unfair international travel ban. This is travel apartheid indeed. Possible further, and in our view unjustified and unhelpful, lockdowns loom over what should be the busiest season for tourists, both domestic and foreign. This the economy cannot afford. and if implemented will result in further businesses closing and higher unemployment levels. So while the policy statement may have been welcomed by the markets by delivering on policy continuity as far as fiscal consolidation is concerned, in the ACDP's view, on the growth front, it offered very little in new thinking. There was a rehash of the same promises to accelerate structural reforms, including the release of spectrum, the implementation of an e-visa system, and third-party access to Transnet rail infrastructure. But this is still some time in the future. We need those decisions implemented as a matter of urgency. The critical question then is whether the minister will receive the necessary political support to implement these necessary strategies, these necessary structural reforms, and the medium-term plans. There's considerable risk in this regard because the statement does not, number one, allow further bailouts to SOEs, secondly, increased welfare spending, or thirdly, for inflation-related public sector salary increases. Any of these, if implemented, would pose significant risks to the medium-term outlook. The minister said we cannot have everything we want at the same time, and that we need tough love. This key lesson, however, has persistently evaded government in the past. Now, as a financial commentator has said, while the policy statement may look good on paper, the budget lacks credibility as a three-year plan because of the huge implementation risks tied to the country's economics and politics. And this it will continue to do so as President Cyril Ramaphosa's remains political fraught, and he cannot disappoint key constituencies, particularly given the dismal performance of the ANC local government elections. The ACDP agrees with this sentiment. I thank you.
Honorable Kwankwa.
Deputy Speaker, the United Democratic Movement does not support the bill. And the reasons are clear. South Africa faces a compendium of complex challenges. Chief among them is firstly that the unemployment rate in South Africa is extraordinarily high. Let me educate those who come here and talk about the expanded and the strict definition. There is no expanded and strict definition of unemployment. They are unemployed South Africans who are unemployed because of the failed economic systems and policies of the African National Congress. You can put nice English on it and say discouraged work seekers. People are discouraged because they can't find employment. We have to address the reasons why people are discouraged. An economy. Hey, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Tseki, switch off and mute your mic, please.
Have an economy that is able to create jobs, that is able to grow. The other issue, Tole, the other issue is the only way in which we can be able to reduce our debt to GDP ratio in the short to medium term is by making sure that we grow the economy so that we can reduce the debt as a ratio of the economy, of GDP. The other issue which you guys need to bear in mind is that in a world where capital has become more mobile, there is mounting evidence that corruption would discourage even the most serious investors from investing in the economy. And that also adversely affects the ability of people to plow money into the country. I'm sure some of you had the opportunity to read the quarterly report of the South African Reserve Bank. If you read the quarterly report, you will have seen that in the first quarter, there was a net outflow of capital in South Africa of 64 billion South African rands. In the second quarter, that increased to 109 billion rands. What does that tell you? It tells you that not only in terms of portfolio investment, people are finding other investment opportunities elsewhere. We are not the investment destination that we've always talked about because we have not addressed energy constraints in the country, the economic fundamentals that are going to enable this country to perform properly insofar as economic growth. We have not addressed corruption. We have not addressed ESCOM. ESCOM was not only the opposition to the ANC during elections, they were opposition to the whole of South Africa. And that problem still remains. Even when you bailed out Joburg, Gauteng, and parts of KZN, the problem with you is that you did not use that as an opportunity to reset those economies. You actually wanted to maintain the status quo where you only bailed out the big companies that do not really care about the people who looted the very same companies. They still employ people who are illegal and undocumented here, not because they love them. They continue to pit one African against another because we gave them money without conditions.
Honorable Member, I suggest you look at your left to see that your time has expired.
Where's my injury time?
Honorable Member,
Thank you,
your time has expired.
Keep well. Bye-bye, in Marcel.
Honorable-
Speaker.
Yes.
The members just called the house Amasela, the thieves.
Honorable Member, okay. Honorable Kwankwa, I have spoken to you about it in the House before. Please, man, I don't think it's proper that you cast aspersions on all members. That's the effect it has.
Deputy Speaker,
you didn't mention anybody, I know that. I know that.
But then
I
if
know
the shoe
that.
fits, they must wear it.
Honorable
I didn't
Member.
mention anyone. I could be referring to someone out of the House.
Honorable Member, you are not supposed to be doing what you do in the first place.
But
in the first place,
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable,
you are supposed to be applying your rules and not your opinions.
Honorable Member,
unfortunately.
Honorable Member, you can't be talking back to me as I'm
we're a house
talking
of
here from the
rules.
chair. Honorable Member.
But your ruling is wrong.
Honorable Member, take that door there and leave. Take that door and leave, Honorable Member. You take that door and leave, Honorable Member. Honorable Kwankwa, you must leave the House. You are going to leave, Honorable Kwankwa. You are going to leave, Honorable.
I call a ruling, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Branch meeting later.
Honorable Member, you are going to leave.
You're not going to bully us here. This is not a branch meeting. It's not about your opinions. It's the rules.
Honorable Member,
the rules don't
I request
to say.
Order, Chair. Order.
Order. I'm speaking, honorable members, including Honorable Kwankwa. Honorable Kwankwa, I request you to leave. Honorable Member, you mustn't do that. I've just ruled that you must not do that, and you do it. Honorable Kwankwa, please leave. Yeah. Honorable members, you are out of order. You are out of order. Honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson,
Honorable members, can you stop screaming?
Respectfully to you, Chairperson, I think there must be fairness in the House. I don't think there is fairness in the House, Chairperson, because other people scream there, nothing happens to them. Other people behave in this manner. Honorable Kwankwa is behaving, nothing happens. Before he even goes out of the House, he thinks he's got the authority to do what he's doing, and he's left. And he knows that he's doing what he's doing. He's already spoken. So there must be fairness in respecting the House. We all want to respect the House, but there must be fairness.
Thank you, honorable member. The member has gone precisely for that reason, so that you respect, all of you, the rules of the House. We will throw you out, honorable members, if you defy the authority of the chair, if you defy the rulings in the House. And you know what you must do if you assume that the rules were wrongly applied. You can't be debating like school kids here. It's wrong. Honorable Sheikh Imam, please talk to us.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I thought my colleague was going to do it, but thank you for the opportunity. Allow me first of all to say, Deputy Speaker, what we all agree in the country is that we have serious challenges. Economic growth is down. COVID-19, together with the unrest that took place in July, has had an impact. What we don't seem to agree is this, that whatever we say and do in this House, we should all come together united in the interest of the people of this country. Yes, we can go on attacking each other, finding faults, opposing this report that is here, the medium-term budget policy statement, that is not going to create a better quality of life for the most vulnerable people in this country. We do accept and welcome the 11 billion rand that has been set aside for the presidential empowerment stimulus, provided it is implemented without fear and favor. Yes, indeed, I think it can go a long way in creating jobs. But let us also be mindful of some of the challenges, Deputy Speaker. 166 billion rand in irregular expenditure, imports, cheap imports continuously flooding the markets in South Africa, which is not creating a conducive environment for manufacturing industry to thrive, many of whom are closing down. Inadequate assistance to the tourism industry, restaurants and other businesses, including small businesses, with the red tape in terms of the guarantee that we've given to banks to provide them with loans. These are all impacting on the ability to be able to turn the economy around. Added to that is the high cost of fuel, which impacts on food in general, travel in general. The quality of education, with over 60% falling out in the first year at TVET colleges, despite billions of rands that have been allocated. These are all matters that we need to look at, not forgetting the energy crisis, which is costing us between 60 to 120 billion annually lost as a result of the energy crisis. But what is important, Deputy Speaker, is for us all to come together in some kind of Bosbarad or Imbizo and put our heads together and say, let us agree to disagree, but let us find common ground in the interest of all ordinary South Africans so we can build this country that we can all be proud of. If we continue in the manner we are continuing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, then the future for South Africans and ordinary South Africans, where the poor are getting poorer, is very, very bleak. Right now, as I speak to you, Deputy Speaker, parties like the IFP, who've taken over Zululand District Municipality, are going out there firing and redeploying employees that do not belong to their political parties. What does this tell you, Deputy Speaker? This is not about the ordinary South African. It is about power, it is about control. The National Freedom Party supports this
Member
report.
expired. Thank you. Honorable AIC, Cope, Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Al-Jamaa supported the budget, and now we're busy with adjusting the budget. The reason Al-Jamaa supports the budget is because the ANC is the only political party of substance left of the liberation movement. You cannot expect Al-Jamaa to support any other political party that is going to return us to apartheid or help us to return to apartheid. Having said this, later on we are going to vote against budget number 8 of Treasury as a protest vote, and the reason is that Treasury doesn't budget enough money for prosecutors and for investigators. They promised the nation that they will have zero-based budgeting, so they must make sure that the Department of Justice and the Department of Police is fully funded. The reason that we are going to do a protest vote for the first time in our 2 years against one of the budgets is because of the lack of investigators and also prosecutors. We have a situation where the Tulsi twins have been detained without trial. It's like the 90-day detention that we had in the 1980s. And they have been detained without trial for 5.5 years. That is a blot on our democracy. We are also concerned that the Treasury is supporting the BRICS Bank, the New Development Bank, with forced removals for the mega projects. And we heard yesterday that they are not giving enough funding for the TRC cases to proceed. You can adjust budgets of every other department, but you shouldn't adjust the budget of the Police Department and the Department of Justice, because all the other departments depend on a strong Department of Justice and Police. So the Minister of Justice must hang his head in shame for allowing detention without trial in South Africa. We are now one of the countries, one of the worst countries in the world on International Human Rights Day, because we are still having detention without trial, and we're trying to outdo John Foster. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Matafa, I apologize for skipping you earlier on there. I should have called you first before Honourable Hendrickson.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, let me from the onset state that the African National Congress supports the 2021 Adjustments Appropriations Bill, and take the opportunity to respond to Honourable Wessels. It's a pertinent question that he is raising in terms of where does the money go. But I think you are asking the wrong audience, Honourable Wessels. We need to start first with your coalition partners and ask them what happened to the 1.3 billion that was allocated for the public transport network that they could not spend. We saw an adjustment of 2 billion. The Western Cape contributed 1.3 billion because they could not spend that money, which is aimed at connecting the city of Cape Town to Khayelitsha. You must further ask them what happened to the monies allocated for them to build an academic hospital. That money is returned to the National Treasury because they are clueless. They do not know where to start. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, COSATU correctly states that the consideration of this bill takes place in the midst of multiple crises, the major one being that of growing unemployment. As the Chair earlier indicated, its rate is currently sitting at 34.4%, from which 64% of these being people aged between the ages of 15 to 25, and 42.9% comprising of people aged 25 to 34. Our support for this bill is based on the fact that it responds to the President's SONA injunctions around the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which is anchored, amongst others, on mass public employment interventions and massive infrastructure rollout. The ANC is pleased with the overall thrust of the Adjustment Appropriation Bill as it seeks to respond to the presidential employment stimulus intervention. On basic education, the bill makes an additional allocation of 11 billion rands to fund phase 2 of the Basic Education Employment Initiative, with 838 million rands of the 11 billion aimed at training the youth in digital skills that are in high demand in the market. Deputy Speaker, phase 1 of the Presidential Employment Initiative, the Basic Education Employment Initiative, resulted in 320,000 young people being placed as school assistants and servicing around 22,000 schools. That is where the money is going, Honourable Wessels. By conclusion of phase 2, the ANC government would have created over 600,000 jobs for the youth and would have invested over 100 billion rands over the MTEF, a massive leap from the 83.2 billion allocated in the 2020 special appropriations. However, Deputy Speaker, the committee is not pleased by the fact that the department failed to meet their own target of providing 1,000 schools with proper sanitation by 80%. We agree with COSATU that a country that can host the World Cup and run a nuclear power station has no excuse for not being able to provide decent sanitation to all its schools. Having said that, we take comfort from the fact that 210 million rands of the school infrastructure backlog grant is being rolled over for the provision of much-needed workbooks for school children. On higher education and training, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention sees an additional 90 million rands for graduate assistants and another 100 million rands for the creation of the performance model for demand-led skills training. The ANC is concerned with the 65 million rands underspending due to vacant posts. However, we welcome the moving of these unspent funds to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme in order to capacitate its internal administrative capabilities. We also welcome the movement of the 50 million rands and 500 million rands from goods and services from the TVET infrastructure and efficiency grants to the NEFSA's bursary account. This will provide for the much-needed study bursaries for the qualifying underprivileged youth beneficiaries. Deputy Speaker, these adjustments in the education sector are squarely in line with the ANC 54th National Conference resolutions on the transformation of the education sector, creating of a demand-based education and training model, free education, fourth industrial revolution, and expansion of the digital programs, proving that the allegations that the ANC government, under the leadership of Comrade Ramaphosa, is resisting to implement its own conference resolution are baseless and far from the truth. On water and sanitation, the committee welcomes the increase of 824,977,000 rands to the Water and Sanitation Department main budget vote, which takes the department's total budget to 17.735 billion rands, indeed a shot in the arm for the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. This is so because the additional funds will be used in the regional bulk infrastructure programs, which in turn will contribute to local economic development, employment of locals, procurement of goods and services from local communities. These include the 192 million rands that are allocated for the water expenditure as follows. 81 million rands is allocated for the George Municipality Water and Sanitation Infrastructure Project, 112 million rands for the utilized in the Umkeni Water Board for the implementation of the lower Umkomazi bulk water supply scheme infrastructure. The 582 million rands that is reprioritized towards the Val River System remediation project is also supported, considering that the Val River System supports 45% of the country's GDP. It becomes imperative that it is resolved speedily. The committee believes that the passion and dedication displayed by the Deputy Minister, Honorable Mahlobo, and the senior management to find long-lasting solutions on this matter is commendable. The appointment of Rand Water and the allocation of funds to assisting municipalities like Mfuleni Municipality within its internal capacity to deal with proper maintenance of its water treatment plants is a step in the right direction. On police, let me first start thanking the Minister of Police for resolving the challenges that were faced by Tshwane residents, particularly in Oliver and Houtbosch. 2 days or a week after the public imbizo that was hosted by the Minister, the 5 violent criminals terrorizing the residents there were apprehended and they are behind bars. We welcome that intervention. While the vote reflects an underspending of 2.8 billion rands, we accept that the structure and operations of the SAPS made it very vulnerable to the inescapable effects of the significant effects of COVID-19 pandemic. The bill also highlights the additional 250 million rands under the relief packages aimed at responding to the July unrest. The committee also welcomes the 12.25 million rands rollover for the semi-automated DNA processing, as this is an indication that the crimes of GBV are a serious issue of focus and that they will be processed speedily going forward, as this evidence is required for evidence. We also welcome the 3.9 million rands rollover for the conversion of 10 forensic response vehicles, as well as the 75 million rands for the police upgrading of storage and disaster recovery capabilities. 342.96 million for the upgrading of wide area network ICT infrastructure is also welcome. Deputy Speaker, on communication and digital technologies, the department is allocated an additional 200 million rands for the Broadband Access Fund, set to provide households with affordable high-speed broadband internet, which will create favorable and conducive conditions for shared and inclusive economic growth in the face of the fourth industrial revolution. Amounts of 400 million rands and 30 million are prioritized towards the National Youth and National Youth Service and the Youth Enterprise Support Funds. Other additions are in the Science and Innovation, where the President's Youth Employment Intervention is supported with an additional 67 million rands, of which 25 million rands is to provide for training for 450 graduates and 50 community mentors as environmental champions who will educate and create awareness on the importance of preserving our river ecosystem through the Duzi Umgeni Conservation Trust. Secondly, 900 water graduates will benefit from the 32 million rands allocated to the Water Research Commission Graduate Employment Program, with 10 million reallocated towards Council for Scientific and Industrial Research geared towards the experiential training program, which will see a total of 250 graduates benefiting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
The ANC supports the bill. Thank you very much,
The
Deputy
time
Speaker.
has expired. Thank you very much. Honorable Sarupen.
I think, Honourable Papo, you meant to call me the champion of liberalism, but nonetheless. Let me start by saying today that I am very disappointed that the ANC speakers in this debate did not mention the achievements of the ANC. So I am going to mention the achievements of the ANC for them. And let me start. Achievement number 1, record fuel prices. Achievement number 2, record food prices. Achievement number 3, the highest unemployment rate in the world. The next achievement of the ANC, the highest youth unemployment rate in the world. Record child stunting, and one of the world's worst education systems. And last but not least, state capture, one of the biggest achievements of the ANC over the last decade. None of these were mentioned by the ANC speakers today. And in fact, state capture showed us that the ANC has done something fundamental in terms of transformation. They've transformed an entire political party into a criminal syndicate. That is some kind of record. No other party in the world has achieved that. So these are your real achievements. And I really wish when you came up here that you debated what you have done and achieved in this country. And then you say that you're not oblivious to the cost of living. This is the same government that puts out an incorrect fuel price and fleeced consumers for a week. This is the same government that takes more than half of the cost of a litre of petrol for itself. If you were actually interested in the cost of living, you could have cut the fuel levy today as one of your proposals. So don't give yourself false public platitudes. The rising prices of bread, fuel, and milk, and other basic goods could be arrested if the government wasn't so greedy that it took more than 10 rand per litre of fuel for itself. So, with that said, let me get on to some of my prepared remarks. So, after the most recent GDP numbers and unemployment stats, which showed that the economy contracted by 1.5% as a consequence of the looting and riots in July, and more than 600,000 South Africans lost their jobs, I would have expected a lot more humility from the ANC in these debates, because what we've seen is that the ANC policies are not pro-poor, they're just the cause of poverty. Don't forget that. So the order of the day in budget and policy statements is that the ANC spends all its time pandering to the enemies of growth and the enemies of employment in its ranks. Let me repeat that again. The ANC has enemies of growth and enemies of employment in its ranks. And the first, who are they? Should I mention them? It's partly the RET faction. Some of them are sitting here today. Now, the first problem with the MTBPS is that it doesn't offer a clear path to a post-COVID economic recovery. The structural reforms have been dragging, and for example, Spectrum has been dragging for a decade, not because of anything in the country, but because of disagreements in cabinet. And so these minor reforms paper over the cracks. The real structural reforms that would get people into jobs that have been identified by major economic institutions both locally and internationally are labor market reform, ease of doing business, and policy certainty, and there was no mention of that in this year's MTBPS. Because these hard choices would offend the enemies of growth and the enemies of employment in the ANC, so they have to be put off again. The second problem is government debt. The reality is that debt now consumes more public finance than healthcare. It consumes more than defense, state security, the justice system, home affairs, arts and culture, and sports and recreation combined. That is a terrible reality for South Africans. And debt service costs will continue to crowd out spending on public services, especially for the poor, with no end in sight. And none of the borrowing over the last decade that caused debt to GDP to balloon was spent on the things that create jobs, which is infrastructure and fixed capital formation. Instead, it was spent on state capture and millionaire managers. And we are now getting closer and closer to a fiscal cliff. And debt to GDP will only stabilize by 2026 because the hard choices have been put off again because of the enemies of growth and the enemies of employment. So we don't have an NTBPS that will actually deal with the problems that we need to be dealt with. We do not have a proper MTBPS because it's vulnerable to not create an economic environment.
Sorry, Honorable Member. Honorable Sibusiso Kumet, kwenze njani manje? Ukeni king ren? Urukupa ultimate ya hawa sembliefman. Ay, uchahile ilangalga kashoni nokshona. How? Please go ahead. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. South Africa is running out of options in its fiscal trajectory, and the longer the ANC sides with the enemies of growth and enemies of employment in its own ranks, the more the ANC's inwards focused on some sort of unity rather than the needs of citizens, the harsher the electoral consequences will be. And the DA will not be carried along with these policies that are designed to placate ANC factions and not the national interest, and this MTBPS or this adjustment budget. And we will oppose it today because we stand in the national interest. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member. Honorable ED. Peters.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the members of the DA stand here and want to focus on the internal dynamics of the African National Congress. And yet, their Mickey Mouse coalitions are failing to produce a government in Tshwane, in the city of Johannesburg, as well as in Ekurhuleni. And I hope that Comrade Mzwandile does take them to court for failing to produce a government. How long have you been running up and down with your coalition friends? The EFF comes here and grandstand about rejecting the budget, and yet the very EFF that facilitated the governments in the metros that I referred to comes to this house and reject the land expropriation without compensation, saying to the people of South Africa, delay further your right to ownership of land. So today we are not going to be listening to these people who want to grandstand here and want to. Yes, we never listen to you because we've got no right to listen to you. We listen to the people of South Africa. The African National Congress supports the 2021 Adjustment Appropriation Bill. And honorable members, let me start by paying respect to the departed leaders, our trailblazers and freedom fighters, our stalwarts, Comrade Ibrahim and Comrade Lindiwe Mabuza. To you, Comrade Ibi and Lindiwe, we want to assure you that the struggle continues. As Paul Ryan says, and I quote, the work ahead will be hard. These times demands the best of us, all of us, but we can get this country working again, we can get this economy growing again, we can make the safety net safe again. We can do this, close quotes. Before COVID-19, about 17 million people were dependent on social grants. The advent of COVID-19 has worsened the situation. Poverty, hunger, starvation, unemployment have worsened. Today, about 50% of our people is dependent on one form of grant or the other. The extension of the 350 Rand SRD grant to the end of March 2022 at a cost of about 2 billion Rand per month is an attempt by the ANC-led government to provide the much safety net to our people.
Honorable members, can you please mute me? Can you please mute? Please switch off your and mute your systems there. Please. Go ahead, honorable member. Sorry.
We are saying that despite the challenges of the fiscal, Deputy Speaker, nobody should go to bed without food. Honorable members, we welcome social grants additions of about 26.7 billion Rand, which were effected through the total fiscal relief package. The ANC also welcomes the 178 million Rand addition from the Presidential Employment Initiative for Early Childhood Development. This will assist about 70,000 workers. The grants are a big contributor, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to the economy. The recipients of the grants have a high propensity to spend their money, thus increasing consumption, aggregate demand, and ultimately the GDP. Grants mean more bread, sugar, meal, beans, vegetables, milk, etc. I'm saying this to warn those who have a myopic view of these grants. Yes, we don't want the grants to be a permanent feature, but with these conditions, this safety net must be provided to the most vulnerable sections of our society. The grants therefore support businesses and provide indirect employment opportunities. I'm therefore urging the opposition to stop playing petty politics with the grants. Let's be clear, you are saying you don't support our people receiving these grants. Julle sê ons mense moet nie die toela kry nie. Hoekom nie? En ons sê dit is belangrik van hierdie toela help ons mense om darm brood en melk op die tafel van die kinders te sit. You are saying no to early childhood support program. You are saying no to the 30 million Rand to National Development Agency to assist with food parcels. Please think twice before you are seen as working against the poorest of the poor, whose lives are dependent on these grants. Batho ba rona ba tlhoka tšhelete e government e ba e nayang. And lona litla mo lore luskala supporta budget e. How uri lose batho ba ska thola di grants? How uri bana ba ska newa baruta bana ba di crash ba ska ba duelo? Uri batho ba tshwantse ba thusiwe ke mang? Ha isi puso ya bone ya African National Congress. Honorable members, service delivery at the local government faces many challenges. This bill allocates 284 million Rand for social waste management, solid waste management through Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency. Apart from providing jobs, this intervention is meant to assist local government with infrastructure provision. Remember, we have identified infrastructure as a catalyst for economic reconstruction and recovery plan. We have seen the state in which municipalities find themselves. Whilst municipalities owe water boards and ESCOM, they themselves are owed billions and billions of rand by the private sector, by provincial governments, by national governments, and by state entities. What is even more concerning, it is this very government departments that are owing. And I'm calling on the Minister of Public Works and her counterparts in provinces to make sure that municipalities are paid. How do we explain a situation where municipalities owed more than 500 million rand by a province, yet we are the first ones to point fingers? This compromises service delivery at this level of government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are therefore calling on this House through the portfolio committees to ensure that all departments are up to date with their payments to municipalities. This House passes budgets which include payments for services to local government. It does boggles the mind as to why they don't pay. We also urge the NCOP to ensure that provincial governments pay their dues. Portfolio committees should name and shame offenders. It is unacceptable that they are not paid. Let me re-emphasize this, honorable members. Not supporting this bill means that you are not supporting this intervention to assist the infrastructure, to enhance service delivery, and help with the creation of employment and employment opportunities. Honorable members, South Africa is renowned for its beautiful highways. This is because of the splendid work of SANRAL. We therefore welcome the allocation of 62.6 million to SANRAL and a 50.2 million towards mitigating the loss of revenue and 12.1 million towards the maintenance of roads as the aftermath of the July unrest. This is critical, honorable members, for the smooth transportation of goods and people. So if you say you're not supporting this bill, you are saying these roads should not be maintained. Please face the people and say so. The African National Congress welcomes the allocation of 2.3 billion rand for the purchasing of COVID-19 vaccines to sustain the rollout of COVID-19 vaccination program. It is indeed heartening that since the start of the vaccination program, 16 million people and 37% of the adult population have been vaccinated. We also applaud the additional allocation of 15 million rand of the presidential employment intervention to employ environmental health practitioners at ports of entry to strengthen capacity. We are calling on more of our people to vaccinate. It has now been proven that the negative impact of COVID-19 is less severe to those who are vaccinated. I will be failing in my duty, Deputy Speaker, if I do not condemn in the strongest terms the racism which Europe, USA, and the UK are showing against South Africa and Southern Africa, punishing us for superior science in discovering Omicron variant. The President argues that the banning of flights to and from our country is devoid of any science. It is unnecessary racist hysteria of the so-called developed countries. DICO was correct when it said, and I quote, a combination of South Africa's capacity to test and its ramped-up vaccination program, backed up by a world-class scientific community, should give our global partners the comfort that we are doing, as well as they are in managing the pandemic, close quotes. By voting against this bill, it means you are saying it is wrong to protect our people against this deadly virus. Deputy Speaker, we are also saying we need to harness the production of vaccines in our country. The opening of a vaccine factory plant in Gqeberha is a welcome development, and therefore there should be many Gqeberhas. The African National Congress welcomes the 4 million rand allocated as part of the Phase 2 presidential employment intervention to the District 6 Museum. This is allocated to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. This will create about 35 jobs and cover operational costs, community engagement, craft workshop, virtual tours, webinars, and educational program. This is a grim reminder of the effects of the
Honorable
Group
Peters,
Areas
u
Act.
se dis nou oor. Dankie.
The ANC supports the bill.
Thank you. Honorable the Minister of Finance.
It's fine. I don't have to.
Malbongwe. Deputy Speaker, let me join honorable members who expressed condolences for the loss of our veterans, EB and Mama Lindiwe. It's a great loss for all our revolutionary movement. Deputy Speaker, over the last 2 weeks, we have seen the release of data which shows two things. First, the persistent and continued increase of unemployment in our economy, in our society. A contraction in GDP growth. in reconstructing and in stimulating the recovery of our economy. Parallel to that, we must continue to focus on saving lives in the context of this fourth wave of the virus. So it becomes critical that also we keep our eyes on the ball and focus on saving lives. It's interesting, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that before we could purchase the vaccines, a number of political parties in this House were more preoccupied with getting vaccines than with the protocols. Now that we have got the vaccines, we can't see them on the ground in campaigning for the people to vaccinate. That's our key challenge, is to ensure that most of our people vaccine. It must become a national effort, not only of government, in mobilizing people for vaccination. A third element of our effort, Deputy Speaker, is addressing crime. Crime is a fundamental problem in our society. It also impacts on economic growth. The levels of crime that we have are impacting negatively on growth, and that is a matter that requires a particular attention. Reference has been made by a number of speakers here to structural reforms. And I must restate that we have made mention of these structural reforms. Chief amongst them is the issue of generation and introducing competition into the generation mix. Clearly, with the introduction of the 100 megawatts, which the generators are free to sell to third parties, that on its own begins to introduce competition and therefore is an important structural reform. We begin to introduce reforms in the port by introducing competition in port operations. We're beginning to introduce reforms in the rail by bringing in the third-party operators and competition into the rail sector. Insofar as spectrum, an honorable member says, no, it's because of the ANC. Part of what that member is missing is part of the delay has been what has been happening with court cases, which are not occasions by the government at all. The government has been kind of a mediator in this effort. We're still committed to a deadline of the end of March next year, insofar as spectrum is concerned. Let me make another point, Deputy Speaker. There seems to be a confusion between a budget and a medium-term budget policy statement, and what a medium-term budget policy statement is and what it is not. A medium-term budget policy statement is a pointer. It's not a budget in itself. What it does, it points at the direction in which the budget is likely to take. In other words, it creates a framework within which resources are going to be allocated. It does not in itself allocate resources. What it does, it says how much revenue we are likely to spend over the METF, how much revenue we are likely to collect, how much expenditure, and what is the difference, and how is that difference going to be financed? What are the ratios that we want to ensure, the debt to GDP ratio, and so on. It does not in itself allocate resources, Madam Deputy Speaker. So what we did was to table two kind of documents. That's that framework which sets up the parameters of which is the medium-term budget framework, which in itself is not a budget statement, is not a budget. The second document, which is important, which is a number of members, particularly from the ANC, focus on, is the adjustment estimate. My comrades from the ANC correctly exactly so, a focus on what the adjustment estimates are providing for. I don't have to go into detail here quoting the numbers. They've done that excellent work for me. So what that work says, what is it that is being adjusted in revenue? What revenues are going where? For what purpose? Let me just give you an example. There was an agreement which provided for an increase in the cost of employment for, which is increase. Provinces did not budget for provinces, that is unforeseen and unavoidable expenditure. What these estimates do, they correct for that anomaly. Any decision which says you should not support these adjustments, what it does, it says though we must put the provinces into a crisis arrangement because they've already started effecting the payment on employees. If this House does not approve the estimate, which means the provinces will be in a crisis and overspend. So that's what the adjustment estimates are all about. Somebody made reference to the fact that the structural adjustment, to what extent are they, the structural reforms, to what extent are they part of the minister and with their political support? I made the point when I presented the medium-term budget policy statement that whatever was said was a decision of cabinet. The structural reforms are a decision of government. There's another point which has been mentioned by one member, which is a gross understatement, is the audit outcomes that were presented by the Auditor General. A missing link is a misreading of those audit outcomes. What are those audit outcomes say? Those audit outcomes say, in fact, there's a huge improvement in managing our books. And that improvement means we've got 75% unqualified reports, or 71% unqualified reports. The distinction is two within these unqualified reports. The unqualified reports with no findings, the unqualified reports with findings. In the media, there's been a focus only on the unqualified with no funding. But the total reports of unqualified reports is 71%, which is an improved performance indeed by our departments across the board and across all political parties. Let me restate the message in the medium-term budget. What we're saying in the medium-term budget policy statement, will continue with economic recovery and economic growth, will continue saving lives, will continue dealing with crime, will continue dealing with the vulnerable communities, and we state the fact that we're spending about 60% of non-interest spending in dealing with vulnerable communities. We then say we'll do all of this in a fiscal sustainable way.
Honorable Minister, I'm afraid your time has expired. I'm going to.
Thank God.
I'm going to. Honorable members, in future, we will negotiate with you. If you want our assistance, to draw your attention that your time is about to expire. It's a practice that has been used before, and if you so desire, you can indicate to us so that you don't get, okay, I'm putting it so, I hope you'll appreciate it respectfully, not carried away by the beauty of your remarks.
Mr. Speaker, can I pull a point of order?
Let's do that, yeah. Yes, Honorable Member, what's the point of order
Is
about?
it parliamentary for Member Ntangwini to use the name of God in vain?
You are complicating my life. I will not be able to make a ruling on that one. Frankly, Honorable Hope Apo, please pardon me. That one for me is a difficult one.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Please don't pursue that, Honorable Member. I plead with you. Don't pursue that.
No,
Please.
it's on a lighter note, Deputy Speaker. I can see the Honorable Papo have dreamt of me last night. I can see it.
No, please, hold on. Honorable Mazzoni, can we go ahead, please?
Thank you very much. It's also on a point of order, and I don't mean to complicate your life at all, especially on the last day, Deputy Speaker. But Deputy Speaker, Honourable Kwankwa was thrown off for saying something improper. And I do think that it is highly improper for a member to say, thanks God, when a finance minister finishes speaking. And I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I would ask you to second guess your thought, because I think if someone gets thrown off for saying something like the Honourable Kwankwa did, I do think that the Honourable member from the EFF should also be taught a lesson that we don't blaspheme in this House, and that we certainly don't treat each other with that kind of disrespect.
Honourable Member, with the greatest of respect, the two are not the same. And it's incorrect of you to suggest Honourable Kwankwa was thrown out for what he said. He was thrown out because he grabbed a mic and repeatedly spoke as I spoke. That's the reason he was thrown out, not because of what I did object to him continuing to do and say what he said. I had not ruled up to then until he did what he did, which is ridiculously out of order. That the rules are very clear. You can't do that kind of thing when you have been spoken to. Grab the mic, talk back. You don't even wait for a presiding officer to finish, and you practice as if just evers. Yeah, no. But
on a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
No, Honourable Member, I have requested, and I'm pleading with you again, can we please let this go? Let's go through this process that we are under. You'll get an opportunity later, maybe, in the afternoon, when it will be an opportunity for you to speak.
Thank you, sir. School is important, and goes to that.
Honourable members, the minister's remarks concluded the debate on the 2021 medium-term budget policy statement and the first reading debate on the adjustment appropriation bill. Are there any objections to the adjustments? Appropriation being read the first time?
House Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance, and we'd also like to call for a division.
A division hasn't been called. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes. She's coming. Yes, Honorable. Yes, brought. Yeah. Clap it.
Say they must open for Lamola. He's been on the waiting room. Minister Lamola. Virtually. Yes.
difference there? Because there are people, they say there are people who log in now. I haven't seen the latest on the list. The latest. Huh? 159.
Honorable members, please settle down. Members, settle down, please. And your caucus. You'll have time enough to caucus. Okay. All right. Honorable members, as you know, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. It is confirmed that we do. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Please do so. I'm not going to ask you. Just indicate after the votes have been determined to let us know so that we take your vote. The question before the House is that the adjustment appropriation bill be read a first time. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? ANC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the House here physically, ANC has 35. On the virtual platform is 159, totaling up to 194. We vote in full support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Or Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. DA? Honorable Mazoni?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On the virtual platform, the DA has 57 members. In the physical House, we have 20 members. That totals up to 77 members who will be voting against the budget. Thank you.
Okay. EFF?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Mfana wase Bleges. EFF is 29 in the virtual platform. All we vote against.
Okay. Thank you. IFP?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 5 on the virtual platform, 2 in the House, 7 voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. FF plus?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We are 2 physically in the House and 6 on the virtual platform. That's a total of 8 voting against.
ACDP?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have 2 on the virtual platform, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
UDM? Not here. UDM? ATM? Good.
Deputy Speaker, we are 2 on the virtual platform and we're voting for. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 2 on virtual and we in support.
Thank you. AIC? COPE? PAC? Al-Jama?
We are 1 on virtual and we support.
Thank you. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. I'm disenfranchised. Honorable members, I'm informed that there's 223 of members. 300. Oh, you're changing the number now. Okay. 300. And there's 206 who voted for and 117 no. It is therefore agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Thank you. Just a moment. There's a switch of guard.
Thank you, Uncle Lise, for discussion. The bill has been read the first time. I'm going to ask the Secretary to read the fifth order.
Consideration of votes and schedule adjustments appropriation bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me start by thanking those parties advising the staff on which votes they will record their objections and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist. Honorable members, the proceedings will initially take the form of a question and answer session. I shall put each vote in respect of which adjustments have been made. In turn, members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the relevant ministers in respect of this adjustment. Each party has been allocated a global time for all votes. Members of the executive have up to 2 minutes per vote to respond to the questions. There has been, honorable members, requests from parties that in some instances they will use their allocated time to make declaration instead of asking a question. This will be allowed. Naturally, where a declaration instead of a question has been made, there will be no expectation for a reply. Once a party's time has expired, its members will not be allowed to put further questions. Members may put a question from the floor, microphones in the chamber, or from the virtual platform. Members will be recognized based on the list submitted by parties.
I just want to emphasize that because the list that we have, many parties don't reflect. So if there are parties that wish to do so, please make sure that the table staff is informed, because I will be going through the list that has been submitted by the parties. Let me finish, I will recognize you. After the question and answer session, I will put the vote for decision. Honorable members should please wait until I recognize them before putting their questions. Before I put vote number 1, let me hear the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Barato. I wanted to stand just to inform you that I apologise in advance if today I accidentally refer to you as my lady, because you look so much like a High Court judge and you look very befitting for our last sitting of Parliament today. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mazoni. Thank you. Honourable members, I put vote 1, the presidency. According to the list that I have, there's no one except the ANC. So we proceed. I put now vote number 2, Parliament. Now with vote number 2, Parliament, honorable members, this vote has not been adjusted. In fact, it is not even reflected on the schedule to the bill. I will now move to 3, vote 3, cooperative governance. Are there any questions? The first I have is the FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Just a question to Minister. In terms of the budget allocations of the municipal infrastructure grant has been lessened, and the budget allocation for the municipal infrastructure support agent has been increased by more than 270 million. Isn't the department creating a precedent where infrastructure development is being centralized? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Cooperative Governance.
Just a second.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Is the Deputy Minister Ovid Bapela here?
You may proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you. No, there's no precedence that is been created or centralization that is geared at. We have this municipal support grant because we have certain municipalities that still do not have the requisite capacity to to be able to deliver services, particularly those that are in the rural areas, deep rural, with so many huge challenges that are there. So the grant therefore helps in giving and ensuring therefore that such municipalities are supported until such time that there's a turnaround strategy for those municipalities to be able to grow, deliver services, and then be able to collect enough revenue for themselves. But as is the situation now, we're dealing with special issues that were created by apartheid, and therefore it's going to take us a time before we arrive at that. Therefore, is this a support grant rather than a centralization grant? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, DM Bapela Asbonge. The Auditor General has found that the accounting officer of the Community Works Programme continues to fail to take appropriate actions with regards to payment to non-qualifying government employees. And this has resulted in irregular expenditure to the value of 673.6 million, which is an increase of 2,670% compared to the previous financial year. The irregular expenditure relates to payment made on expired CWP contracts, as well as irregular appointments of some CWP implementing agencies. DM, given that the draft CWP policy framework, which has been developed, is still undergoing consultation with relevant stakeholders, what are the immediate steps that are being taken in the short term to curb the fruitless and wasteful expenditure? I thank you. Asibonge.
Sithokoze mhlonishwa. Mhlonishwa Sekela Ngqongqoshe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charles Chairperson and Honorable Khadebe. There are measures that have been put in place, and I think by the 3rd or 6th of December, the spending by the CWP had increased to a particular percentage that is now beginning to show signs of response. But obviously, the regular expenditure issue remains a worrying element. And I think there are explanations that were even given to the portfolio committee. For example, that some of the service providers had closed down at the point, and certain things ought to have been procured using different means. And obviously they did not follow the regulations to some extent, hence the rise of the regular expenditure in that. But then obviously with the situation normalizing, we hope therefore that when we go into the next financial year, some of the irregular element will then be decreasing, and then we'll then bring it back to its pace and then focus, including ensuring therefore that they follow all the law and the regulations that governs the fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now move to question number.
EFF, we have submitted, Chair.
I have just got confirmation now from the table staff that you have not, because you are not on the list. And I just asked them, when did you do that, maybe?
I'm not sure, Chair, but we have confirmed for COGTA, for health, for higher education and international relations.
Can you send it to the table staff? On this one, I'm going to proceed because I have nobody, and I've just made them to check if there are other parties that did it late, and they just confirmed to me, you are one of the parties that they haven't received from.
No, we have sent, Chair. Please allow me to ask the question to the Minister.
No, if you listen to me when I started this particular order, I said I'm not going to allow anybody who has not done as agreed to by the chief whips that they should submit.
Yeah, but we did submit, Chairperson.
Please rectify that for other coming orders. Let's not waste time. Honorable Mazzoni.
Thank you, Honorable Barata. Honorable Barata, will you be reading the objections? Because you also asked parties to indicate whether they were objecting.
We're still coming to that.
So will you read it, or would you like us to announce it? I just want to know how you
when
would
we
like
get
to
to
do it.
the next order,
Yeah.
that is where it's going to apply.
Okay, but would you like us to do it, or would you?
I do have the list already.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have the list. And if you are not on the list or you are not sure, please make sure that you submit, because honestly, members, we can't agree on things and then we come to the house and change them. Let's agree on that.
Can I ask the question?
No, Honorable Mkalipi, I said prepare for the coming questions. On this one, there is no, we are done. We are on vote number 4,
But
which
Chair,
is
it's unfair, Chairperson. This is our slot. It's very unfair because we have processed in time as EFF Chairperson. So if the staff members in the table, they didn't proceed, don't punish us, Chair.
No. Honorable Mkalipi, maybe you didn't listen to me. I'm going to respond to you for the last time. And please, if you proceed with interjections, I will have to take another one. So look, I said, if you have not, please make sure that you do that now. Because I communicate with the table staff and they just confirmed that you have not sent. So please rectify that one so that when others come, the other budgets come, you are able to participate. It will always be updated. The staff is here, the staff is in the office, they work together. Please,
But
let's...
Chairperson, Chair, just order, Chairperson.
No, Honorable Mkhalipi, let's not...
Chair, it's a clarity seeking question, Chairperson.
To-
If you pass on this one, while we have while we have not declared on it, are you going to give me a chance to do it?
No, not on this budget vote number 3 that we were, I mean,
That is
4
my
that...
appeal to you, Chairperson, please allow us. It's only just one question, Chair.
Honorable member, please stop. Otherwise, you will have to be moved from the platform because I've ruled and you keep on talking. I have ruled.
But this is unfair, Chair. We have processed our question in time, so the table staff is not processing it, but you are punishing us. This is unfair.
We proceed to vote number 5, which is Home Affairs. Vote number 4. And on vote number 4, no party has given any indication of making either a declaration or asking a question, and I proceed. We go now to vote number 5, Home Affairs. We have the DA.
House Chair, the Home Affairs budget is the exact opposite of pro-poor. It is pro-patronage. While funding goes to millionaire managers at the Border Management Authority and suspicious building and evergreen contracts at government printing works, we are short 200 million rand to fight the war on queues. This sees South Africans humiliated on a daily basis and should surely be priority number 1. Staff delay documents and demand bribes to speed things up, contributing to hundreds and millions in legal claims. This money should be put towards mobile units to reach rural communities and assist over 500,000 South African school children who remain undocumented in the land of their birth. This denies people access to opportunity when they are crying out for an open opportunity society for all. Connected cadre. The DA rejects this pro-patronage budget with the contempt it deserves.
Thank you very much. Honorable members on the virtual platform, please make sure that your mics are muted. If you disturb the House, I'm going to call you by name, and if you repeat it, you will be removed from the platform. Thank you very much. That was a declaration and not a question. The ANC?
Thanks, House Chair. With regards to the implementation of the Border Management Authority, has a memorandum of understanding between the authority and the SANDF been concluded regarding the launch of border guards? If not, when does the minister anticipate that this will be concluded? Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe before the response, it has been rectified that when we say a minister has 2 minutes to respond to the questions, it means your 2 minutes should be divided to that particular vote. That's what is being explained to me now. Not per question, but per vote. That's what has been explained to me. So those who are coming in, make sure that if we have more, shorten your responses. Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A meeting of the Military Command Council, chaired by the Chief of the South African Defence Force, together with the new management of the Border Management Authority, the Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner, has just taken place 3 days ago, 4 days ago, on the 6th of this month, to discuss this issue. A decision was that a joint technical task team be formed between the South African National Defence Force and the Border Management Authority to iron out the modalities of that. That meeting is going to take place on Monday next week, after which a memorandum of understanding will be signed with the army regarding the deployment of border guards to the borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As we proceed to vote number 6, International Relations and Cooperation, the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We meet at a time when the global north is realigning itself and dividing the world even further, where the African continent is struggling for survival from the pandemic and lack of leadership. Chairperson, the AU has implemented the African Continental Free Trade with no clear operational policies due to the lack of infrastructure such as roads and rails and stable energy supply amongst African states. Chairperson, the AU has not addressed policy revisions that seek to deal with Africa post-COVID-19. The AU has not reassessed and realigned the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. South Africa has failed to be decisive in dealing with travel bans imposed unfairly by America and Europe. Travel bans are imposed on South Africa and have a major impact on the economy and open the finance debt gap even wider. Chairperson, this department is a member of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, but has dismally failed in advising the Minister of Mineral and Energy Resources against Shell, who wants to explore oil in our oceans, ignoring the history of what Shell has done to the lives of the people in Nigeria at the Ogoni land in the Niger Delta. But we are not amazed, Chairperson. This department is run only by actors, an acting COO, an acting DG, and an acting CFO. This department continues to award contracts irregularly, and this department cannot even get a property management unit in order. Therefore, Chairperson, the mandate of international relations and an Africa United, clearly it is too challenging for this department and its political heads. Therefore, Chairperson, we reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We proceed. Table staff, please assist me if I'm looking down with the names of the people who just intrude into the proceedings. We have no any other party. We move to vote 7. Oh, sorry, no, there was no question. That was a declaration. So the minister doesn't have to respond. Thank you. Vote number 7, honorable members, there are no one has registered to ask a question nor to declare. We proceed to vote number 8, National Treasury. IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, the IFP is concerned about the taxes that are imposed as fuel levies, the general fuel levy and the road accident fund, and this falls within the purview of National Treasury. So we would like to know from the Minister whether there is any move by government to have a capping on fuel prices and to relook at the way the price of fuel is structured, because the poorest of the poor are suffering as a result of increased fuel prices. Through increase in fuel in food prices, farmers are suffering. We'd like to know if the Minister has anything in mind, together with the Minister of Energy. Thank you.
Thank you. There has been a honorable
yes, no, we have not had any discussion with the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy as to the fuel price. However, I can assure the honored member that I'm as concerned with the rising fuel prices as any other South Africans, to the extent that we may have to play a role. We'll do whatever it can to support a reform of the fuel price. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Al-Jama. Honorable Hendricks, you have registered. May we pass?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, as far as vote 8 is concerned, our vote is a protest vote because we feel that Treasury has not capacitated the Department of Justice and the Department of Police, and that's why there are not enough investigators and enough prosecutors, and that's why we have a terrible situation where the Tulsi twins have been are detained without trial for 5.5 years. And as you know, in the 80s, we had a 90-day detention trial. We cannot have this repeated now after our democracy. We cannot compete with John Foster. We introduced that bill. Also, Treasury has not capacitated the National Public Prosecutor with enough investigators and also with prosecutors, and that's why the TRC cases cannot proceed with haste. Also, Treasury sits on bricks, and there's not proper oversight. They're allowing forced removals, and we can't allow forced removals to support mega projects. Parliament needs to have more oversight and not give Treasury this carte blanche. So thank you very much. That's a declaration that we make. It's a protest vote about the detention without trial of the Tulsi twins on International Human Rights Day, and they are detained without trial for 5.5 years. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. That was a declaration. The ANC. Do we have a member from the ANC? Honorable Mantashe, please, this is those around Honorable Mantashe, please inform him that his mic is on. This is a warning. Should it be repeated, he will be removed from the platform. Okay, we proceed now. We go to vote number 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation. No party has indicated appetite on this vote. We proceed to vote number 10, public enterprises. The DA?
Thank you, Chair. We are presented ad nauseum with old plans, platitudes, and payments to service these. Enthusiastically endorsed by a pliant Parliamentary Portfolio Committee to the delight of the DPE, who both seem to think that doing the same thing in the same way will produce different results. Well, no, it ain't so. Eskom is on the brink, Transnet is next, and as for the rest, ha! This government's pursuance of folly and failure has created this mess. And unless we all wake up and point a finger at those who delivered us here, we will continue our descent into economic darkness. This is not the time for cozy arrangements with fellow cadres and friends. Now is the time for application of that wonderful Yiddish word, tachlis. Look it up. It refers to essence and purpose and calls for things to be told straight. It sets the scene for informed analysis that leads to timely action. It can be done not by this government and its deployees. Surely the minister agrees.
Are you done, Honorable
Indeed.
Kachot? Thank you very much. That was a declaration. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Finance Minister, in his medium-term budget policy statement, insisted that government will avoid further bailouts of state-owned companies, which would compromise fiscal sustainability. The IFP, however, remains concerned about the many outstanding guarantee facilities granted to SOEs, including Eskom, SAA, Denel, and Sanral. Government has committed hundreds of bailouts in debt guarantees. Among others, Eskom has a 350 billion government guarantee facility. Sanral has a guarantee facility of 37.9 billion, while Denel has a 5.9 billion guarantee debt facility. Our question is, if the SOEs default, where will the money come from for these repayments? And has provision been made for this? If yes, what are the details? If not, why not? Thanks.
Thank you. Before the Honorable Minister comes in, I just want to say that I think it would be easy for the ministers to manage their 2 minutes if all the questions are put so that you decide on how you divide them. So I'm going to proceed to other parties and then the minister will come in and so that he manages the 2 minutes. Thank you. The UDM. Mamuthala, ke la bobedi jwalo. Mara ke a go bona, tima mic o wa gago. It's a warning now, Mamthala. If you appear again, you will leave the platform. UDM ha gona motho. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chair. Rail and port infrastructure is critical to economic development, and Transnet has not to date achieved the priority interventions set out in the economic recovery, reconstruction and recovery
Can you
plan.
put your mic just correctly? Yes.
Oh. Okay, can I start afresh? Okay. Rail and port infrastructure is critical to economic development, and Transnet has not to date achieved the priority interventions set out in the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, particularly aggressive infrastructure investment. What are the steps which Transnet is going to take to commence with rail and port infrastructure development, and how will DPE hold it accountable?
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister. There's a question from the IFP and the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair, and good morning to you and to all the colleagues. As far as the ANC's question is concerned, Transnet is quite advanced in terms of developing plans precisely to attract investment both in the ports, but also in the terminals and in the rail sector as well. Some market testing has already happened in this particular regard to explore the possibilities of partnerships, which will ensure that there's the adequate capital available for these investments. But key to this, honorable members, is the stabilization of institutions that have been the victims of state capture, which many would like to have a collective amnesia on when it suits them. So the stabilization of Transnet or Eskom or any one of the other SOEs is absolutely critical, both at an institutional level and at a leadership level. And accompanying that will be financial sustainability as we go forward. And many of these institutions have been impacted negatively by COVID, but we are forcing all of the SOEs to focus on their operational productivity to ensure that they actually perform in an optimal way in order to attract the right kind of revenue as well. As far as guarantees and bailouts are concerned, it is our intent over a period of time to ensure that no guarantees are required, but of course that's going to take time in the case of an institution like Eskom, but that work is continuing at the moment. And we agree with the Minister of Finance that bailouts should be eliminated, that the fiscus should not be relied upon, and SAA is a good example of moving in that particular direction. So overall, the SOEs are still in the process of transitioning from the instability and chaos caused by state capture and mismanagement to one where we have the appropriate level of stability. And those who, of course, have no wish to see these changes and this transition happening will ignore these facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please watch your 2 minutes, all those that will be responding. We now proceed to Public Service and Administration. Vote 11, there's no indication of an appetite to ask questions or to declare. We proceed to vote number 12, Public Service Commission, same, no party registered. We proceed to vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The problem with poverty is that it takes away a person's choices. They cannot choose where to live, where to educate their children, or where to receive medical care. These choices are all imposed on them. So because they do not have freedom of choice, then as government, we should provide them with the best possible services available. The poorest of the poor deserve the greatest of our respect. And as the government landlord, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and its entities are absolutely pivotal in the provision of services. Why then, Minister de Lille, are there over 120 infrastructure projects which are significantly delayed? Why is this department the owner of 1,826 unfit buildings which we lease to client departments? Every single facility that serves our communities should provide our people with a dignified experience. Why are we failing them, and what is being done to remedy this? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you. Minister, your department had difficulties this financial year in implementing its programs due to high level of vacancies. Can the minister explain her plans in remedying the situation and also in implementing these programs that the department failed to implement, particularly programs like EPWP program? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. To respond to the Honorable Member Graham Murray, the 100 projects unfinished, I will appreciate if she can give me a list of where those projects are. And then I will definitely come back to her after investigating the 100 that she claims is unfinished. In terms of the maintenance, we have now got a plan to do scheduled maintenance and reactive maintenance. And we have set aside for the next financial year, we've set aside a budget to scale up the maintenance of government buildings. I do agree with her that some of the buildings are not in a good state. Most of the vacancies have been filled. We still have a few acting positions where some of the posts have now gone to Department of Public Service and Administration and then on to Cabinet for further approval of the Deputy Director Generals. The EPWP program is on track. We will be reaching our target for this coming financial year. We still have got a problem with the non-state sector allocation and some of the allocations to the various provinces, but we've engaged the provinces to improve the implementation of EPWP in their provinces. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable the Minister. We proceed to vote number 14, Statistics South Africa. No one has indicated. Proceed to vote number 15, Traditional Affairs. Same, no party has indicated to ask or to declare. On vote number 16 now, honorable members, we have the DA. We are on basic education, vote number 16.
Chairperson, the problem we have here is that we have a minister and ANC government that is allergic to the truth and completely divorced from the reality of young South Africans affected by our poor basic education system. This is a system that continuously pushes them into a lifetime of poverty and unemployment with a curriculum that does not respond to the needs of the economy, plunging them to the part of the 76% youth unemployment. Furthermore, we continue to have over 2,111 pit toilets in schools, while DBE has failed to meet their target of 600, only building 298 toilets, while many learners have risk of dying in pit toilets in schools. She continues to fail at eradicating mud and asbestos schools, while DBE has failed to use 1.1 billion in this financial year alone from the infrastructure grant. Over and above this, we still have 7,223 schools without fences, which increase the risk of vandalism and even child kidnapping, as we've seen in the news recently. Minister, when can we expect day zero of having pit toilets in schools, and what will you do to ensure that there's fencing in the schools to avoid vandalism this holiday?
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, we have made available some funds, particularly for school assistance. And as you know, there's been an outcry that school assistants have not been paid timely. But can you tell us how is it going to impact positively on the quality of education to ensure that these learners are adequately prepared to enter tertiary institutions? Thank you.
Thank you. The
I wish to
Honorable-
sensitize members that they must not laugh at all. He was involved, accident, he broke his 2 legs. For him to be connected like that, we must also appreciate commitment that he has.
Thank you, ma'am. And we wish you, Honorable Imam, a speedy recovery. The EFF?
Oh, finally, thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to ask a question to the Basic Education Minister. Iy'kole njengoba zivalwa, Minister, our kids are being turned away from the school for the fact that they don't have money to pay the school fees. My questions to you, is your policy of the department that if a poor child is owing a school fees, must not get his or her school report for the entire year? If this is not your policy of the department, what are you going to do to take the steps against those principals who are turning away the poor child from the school from obtaining his or her school report? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC?
Thank you, Chair. The backlog on infrastructure in our education system remains a critical area, which requires an increase in capital expenditure. The school infrastructure backlog grant plays a critical role in addressing the backlog. The environment by the department of 97 million for workbooks will delay progress in infrastructure development in the sector. Why did the department shift the funds, Minister, for the funds for workbooks while the sector is experiencing significant infrastructure challenges? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister, it's your time to respond. Basic education? The Honorable, the Minister or the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, vote number 16. Do we have somebody? Honorable Modise, please mute. Please mute. This is a warning. We don't want to see your picture again. Honorable members, as you can see, there's no one to respond. We will have to follow up on this. And I urge all other ministers or deputy ministers, please be alert. The train is moving, you can't be left behind. Members have asked questions and they need responses. We will see how we deal with it. For now, I'm not sure what to do. Yes.
From the side of the Office of the Leader of Government Business, the report we got is that the Minister and the Deputy Minister were supposed to be on virtual. So we don't understand why they are not there.
No, I hear you, Bob. Thank you. I hear you, but you can't do anything. We can't wait and we won't bring them back. Unfortunately, it's the members that needs answers, and I think something must be done to their questions. even if it's written. Let's allow that process. For now, we proceed. Thank you. We proceed to higher education and training. We only have the...
Sorry, Chair, basic education is here.
Honorable Mohaule, Doctor, my reverend.
Yes,
please, you are lucky because the question is for the next vote has not been done. But please, let's be on time. I said the train is moving. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, on infrastructure, the provinces are busy with the implementing infrastructure on education infrastructure grant. Then the Department of Basic Education is intervening where there's backlog through ACD. So we are, and the schools, maybe just to give the House brief information that the schools that were vandalized in July, they were all fixed except very few which we could not let the children go home. So now that children will be going home, then the schools will be fixed now in December holidays. Chair, about school fees, we have quintile 1 to 5 schools, types of schools. Quintile 1 to 3, there is no school fees. There can only be a situation where parents have agreed on their own to pay for whatever. And that one we allow as a department, but it does not include a child. All children from quintile 1 to 3 schools will be receiving their reports. Same as quintile 4 and 5, wherein it's a fee-paying school, but school fees is a matter of parents, it's not a matter of children. So would want to know those schools who are withholding reports of learners that will intervene and they will surely get their reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. After that response, we proceed to higher education, the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF rejects with contempt the proposed appropriation as anti-poor, short-sighted, and shockingly anti-developmental. The proposal to shift a total of 65 million from the technical and vocational education sector and its program towards the National Financial Aid Scheme is ironically the really representation of what Minister Zimande was alluding to in his Alexa defense of his 75% module passing proposal. It is stealing from Peter to pay Paul. The TVET sector, already reeling from massive infrastructure cuts in the last financial year, is being further subjected to deliberate underdevelopment. If we sincerely want to industrialize and build internal capacity in this country, the continued neglect of the vocational sector, which is the foundation of all developmental society, is purely madness. The FF is against this appropriation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That was a declaration, Minister. You don't have to respond. As we proceed to vote number 18, health, the GA.
Minister, it must take the worst kind of people to pillage public money during the biggest health crisis the world has ever seen. This government has presided over the largest money heist in recent history. 14 billion rand has been lost to corruption during a pandemic, and not a single person has been sent to jail. In fact, to add insult to injury, the very person who led the charge against COVID-19 is currently embroiled in a 150 million rand corruption scandal. This has a direct impact on the department's ability to do its work, more so as we head towards the fourth wave of infection. So surely you can agree that corruption is not a victimless crime. In fact, amasela kulo hulumende ngayo ipandemic. What steps have you taken since you took over to hold people in your department to account and to expedite investigations?
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. For over 5 years now, the National Department of Health has been drastically reducing its targets. And yet, even in this insistence to do less, they still fail to achieve their own targets set by themselves for themselves. It's thus No surprise that the entities in the ministry are performing so poorly. Numerous countries across the globe have gone to ensure justice for surgical mesh victims. Meanwhile, in our country, one victim alone, Pindile Mngube, proves the biggest challenge for both the Minister of Health and the Deputy Minister's office combined. To this effect, SAPRA CEO Dr. Bitumelo Semete even went to the extent of misleading the Portfolio Committee for Health, and all this to protect Johnson & Johnson as the supplier of dangerous and life-ending medical devices. As a ministry, it comes as no surprise that you have invested zero efforts in countering vaccine hesitancy with effective dissemination of information and education. This because you know that the stakes for accountability will rise and there will be nowhere to hide. If the issue with countering the fourth wave of the COVID pandemic in public health care is bed space, you don't fund fear-mongering PR stunts on vaccine mandates. You increase bed capacity. If the crisis is human resource, doctors and healthcare workers being overburdened by COVID patients, you increase the workforce. If the issue is infrastructure and health facility capacity, you open clinics for 24 hours and 7 days a week. There are thousands of nurses and doctors sitting at home waiting for the so-called government of the day to absorb them. You have turned a blind eye on the persisting hogwash run by payola media of this country because you benefit, and your laziness as the Minister of Health and the Deputy Minister of Health will not be questioned. We reject this report in the very way we reject the useless and lazy government of the ANC. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the government is in the process of preparing to roll out the National Health Insurance System to address the healthcare disparities in the country. The Health Revitalization Grant is important in the process of improving hospital services and to deliver quality healthcare efficiently and effectively for the implementation of the NHI. What has caused the inability to spend funds in such a critical program, and what plans are in place to address the inability to spend as budgeted? Thank you, Asha.
Thank you. That concludes the question to the Minister on 18, and the Minister may respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for the honorable members. From the honorable member of the DA, the process of dealing with corruption as related to the PPEs, those aspects which the SIU investigation have concluded and given us reports, and where employees of the department are implicated, we have taken steps. Some of those are still in process in terms of internal disciplinary processes. We have to follow the law to the letter, so that those processes are on, and they will take as prescribed by the laws of the country. Those other processes which relate to criminal investigations and prosecutions, the relevant bodies, the SIU, the Hawks and the NPA, and all the relevant criminal justice system institutions will pursue, and they are pursuing those processes. I'm sure we have reported to the Portfolio Committee in terms of the steps we are taking, and the honorable member is aware of that. And as far as the honorable member of the EFF, honorable chairperson of the sitting, there was no question, but just the statement and insults from the honorable member. I don't think I need to respond to just insinuations and insults. So I will not dignify some of those insults with response. Honorable member of the ANC, indeed, the infrastructure program is a major part of achieving national health insurance and the universal health coverage, making sure that our health facilities are up to the stage where they can deliver good quality services. As a result of some of the lockdowns in the 2021 financial year overlapping, 2020 to 2021, there was some poor spending in as far as infrastructure is concerned.
Honorable Minister, your global time has now expired.
Chairperson, order.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Mkhalipi.
I think, Chair, we are going to protect our member because declarations are not supposed to be responded to. And the minister is out of order saying to our member is insulting him. is a declaration of which is permitted in terms of the rule. So please, can we be protected, Chair?
Thank you. Proceed. We said it from the beginning. Everybody knows, the ministers, if it is a declaration, you don't have to respond to. Thank you. We proceed. We are here on now vote number 19, social development. We have the UDM. Anyone of, oh, it should be the general on no. NFP?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, let me welcome your decision to deploy more qualified social workers in line with the special appropriation on the ground. And, it has an impact twofold. One is job opportunities for those that have qualified and were unemployed. And secondly, and most importantly, you'll be able to identify dysfunctional families, those with substance abuse. What measures you're putting in place to ensure there's greater collaboration between civil society, NGOs, NPOs, and social workers? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. The ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. Noting that the department did not have any rollovers or virements, but received an adjustment from the budget speech injunction on the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. Minister, how many youth have received employment opportunities from the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention through the Early Childhood Development Conditional Grant? And at what phase in the implementation of this program? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister, who is in the House, and we welcome you, and we see you are now good after a short illness. Thank you.
COVID shall never succeed.
Thank you,
Chairperson.
ma'am. Yes.
As the people of South Africa, and I think we are all ready to deal with it, and the call for people to go and vaccinate so that they can survive like I did because I had vaccinated. Thank you very much to the honorable members, honorable of the NFP, and we hope you recover very quickly. And thank you very much for your comments. Yes, this program has really given us an opportunity to ensure that we get more young people to be deployed, and it's beyond just the issue of the social workers. It's also in terms of the presidential employment stimulus package. We were happy that we were supported both at the level of the ECD package, which was allocated and an amount of 178 million. And we're hoping that of the 23,670 applications, we were targeting 105,000 registered ECD employees, which is going to assist, because some of the ECD employees, Chairperson, they depend entirely on the parents who pay for the ECDs, and many of them did lose their jobs at this point in time. The other question of the presidential adjustment, and the member also asked about our collaboration between NPOs and NGOs. We wish it could be better than what it is, but we also want to make the statement that this government of the African National Congress spends almost 82 plus something billion rands per year in support of NPOs and NGOs. And I've said, as a Minister of Social Development, we need value for money from that amount of money which is given to NPOs and NGOs. We register the NPOs and the NGOs. We'll continue to monitor the expenditure of that money. With regard
Unfortunately, your time has lapsed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yabona nje lento ukuthi ama-statements bona basinika okuningi singakwazi ukuphendulwa isikhathi esina kufuneka siyishintshe leyo nto leyo. Thulani futhi nina nithanda ukubanga umsini.
Honorable member, please, let's not get into that. I think you know the processes you can use so that maybe your global time can be changed. Let's do it properly. Honorable members, we have vote 20, vote 21, vote 22 that no one has appetite on as we proceed to vote 23 defense. The DA?
Chairperson, the Defence Force experienced embarrassing waves of irregular, wasteful and even illegal spending. Nothing to be proud of, which will not convince National Treasury to grant the funding to prevent the breakdown of capabilities. Some include smuggling of Cuban drugs with losses up to 260 million rand, millions spent on bakeries with friends and family benefiting, who then sell the produce back at high prices, millions spent on upgrading the AMS rather than securing spare parts for the Gripens and upgrading of the frigates. 70% of the budget is still spent on cost of employees. Billions is required to rebuild the dilapidated one military hospital, all at the cost of maintaining our prime mission equipment and defence readiness. When National Treasury says funding must come from reallocations, they mean reorganise, repurpose and reprioritise spending. We agree with them. This government is failing in its constitutional duty to protect our country and secure the safety of our people. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF? The EFF?
Not on defense, Chair. It's on labor.
They just brought it to me now. Maybe somebody sent it. Okay, we proceed to the ANC. Is there a person from the ANC on defense? We proceed. We proceed to now vote 24. I pit. No one. No parties there. We proceed to vote 25. Justice and Constitutional Development. The DA?
Mr. Chair, today marks 25 years since our constitution, which implores government to respect the dignity of every South African, became law. Unfortunately, Minister, since you've taken office, your department is frequently not being able to pay maintenance, that is known as papgeld, to vulnerable parents and children, all while this money was in the department's accounts. Services by the Master's Office has at times been close to being non-existent, with the result that the grieving and the vulnerable have been precluded from accessing money they are entitled to and desperately need from estates and the Guardian's Fund. The DG says the dysfunctional IT system of the department is mostly to be blamed, but that it cannot be fixed and will have to be redesigned and rebuilt. Minister, what's your plan to ensure that the vulnerable going forward are able to access these services at all times, rather than being confronted with closed doors, unanswered phone calls and emails, as has become the custom, all while we wait for the IT system to be rebuilt?
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, my lady. House Chair. Honourable Minister, the Justice Committee met earlier this week to receive a briefing on the resignation of Investigating Directorate Head Advocate Cronje and its impact on the MPA. Now, as we know, the MPA, AFU and ID are crucial in the fight against gender-based violence, state capture, corruption and other crimes. We are deeply saddened as the ACDP by the departure of Advocate Cronje, and we wish her well, but the fight against crime continues. There are, however, significant budgetary constraints facing the NPA, the Asset Forfeiture Unit and the ID. We are, however, encouraged by this week's High Court application to preserve Optimum Coal Mine and Optimum Coal Terminal in terms of the Prevention of Corrupt Activities legislation. These are the Gupta's most prized assets in the country, and those of us involved in the parliamentary ESCOM inquiry will rejoice that eventually steps have been taken to preserve those assets for the state. And this is in anticipation of forfeiture applications likely to follow in the coming months. These applications are premised on the contention that these deals, including the acquisition of the Optimum package are tainted by the proceeds of crime. From the ACDP's perspective, we would, however, like to see budgetary increases for the MPA, for the Asset Forfeiture Unit, and the ID, given the fact that they're able to collect billions of rands for the state from ill-gotten gains. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much. As we proceed now, we will ask the ANC.
Honorable House Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, if the table staff could spotlight Honorable Wilmer Drugen, please.
Yes, proceed.
We welcome the progress of rolling out the sexual offences courts and the TCC centres. However, for them to be effective and to serve their purpose, they must be fully capacitated and resourced. You are aware that some of these facilities have not been resourced and capacitated. Some of them lack interpreters and intermediaries. What is the department doing about this to ensure that justice is accessible? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
House Chairperson, I'm standing in for the Minister. Just with Honourable Horn's question, I unfortunately, it got a bit distorted. I mean, he referred to problems with maintenance payments and the Master's Office, the Guardian's Fund, and it was, I think, along the lines of what steps are we taking to protect the vulnerable. Look, the maintenance problems were last year and limited to specific areas of the Eastern Cape, specific courts, when there was a changeover from the JDAS payment system and Modja Pay, and it related to people, or to Modja Pay, and it related to beneficiaries not having come in to change their details, and then unfortunately because of the lockdown, which had just started, being unable to come in to change their details. So that was where the main maintenance problem was. I'm not really aware, even during the ransomware attack, of serious problems on maintenance or on the Guardian's Fund. Yes, the Masters have had particular problems with COVID and with rotation amongst staff, and then with the ransomware attack. So the issuing of letters of executorship and things like that particularly was a problem, but I'm not so much aware of the problem with the Guardian's Fund. But just to say that, look, the vulnerable, the people that do receive their maintenance payments through the Department of Justice need to receive their money on time, and it's inexcusable when that doesn't happen. And then the same with the Master's Office. I'll take Mr. Swart's points as Honourable Swart's points as just comments, but I would agree the more money that can be got for dealing with corruption and recovering assets and prosecuting people, the better. On Honourable Nivo Drushin's point,
Thank you. The time is expired.
Finish it.
Thank you. You have 2
thank
minutes.
you. I'll give it to Honourable Nivo Drushin afterwards.
Yes, you can. Thank you very much. We proceed now to vote number 26, military veterans, the IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The IFP has long been monitoring the grievances of our military veterans, and barely a month goes by without a mention in the media. Just this week, veterans in Pietermaritzburg facing eviction threatened violence if they were evicted. Further, there was a recent alleged kidnapping of 2 ministers and a deputy minister at the St. George's Hotel and Conference Center by a group of military veterans on 14th October 2021. In light of these events, has and how have you, Minister, addressed the concerns voiced by the military veterans especially on the demands for housing allowance, medical aid, and bursaries for tertiary education? And also, will you be able to give us a timeline for the completion of the review of the Military Veterans Act, upon which much of government's promised support to the veterans appears to be hinged on? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. Any member of the ANC to raise a question? They are registered here. I proceed. The Honorable, the Minister of Military Veterans, vote number 26. Can we have a response from the Minister on vote 26, military veterans, to the IFP? Akbar. I'm going to proceed, honorable members. There seems to be nobody to respond. The same issue we had. Honorable Singh, let's promise that something will be done. You will receive your, even if it's in written form. And I don't know why. Maybe it's, I don't know, but I'm not going to try and find what is happening. We now vote 27. Honorable Zungu. Honorable Zungu, please switch off. I'm not sure whether it's Zungula or Zungu. We proceed off to vote 27, the Chief Justice.
A point, House Chair.
Yes.
I think it's absolutely unacceptable that some of the ministers, House Chair, are not able to respond to these questions. This is an important accountability mechanism. I think a very strongly worded letter from the presiding officers needs to go to the ministers because they're not being here to do their jobs.
We will carry that mandate, honorable member. We are now on vote number 27. Honorable member.
I'm rising on the issue that this list has been updated there.
Yes.
So the ministers might not have been aware that they were supposed to respond.
Honorable member, can you please take your seat? Honorable member, on this list I have.
House Chair, on a point of order.
Let me respond to the member first. On this document, we have the IFP, originally so. Yes, the one I have has IFP. So I'm not sure, maybe there were others. But let's not even get into that, honorable member. Please, let's not spoil this thing. I've responded and I've responded. We proceed. What is it, Honorable Ntlangwini?
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. No, I accept your ruling, ma'am. The ministers were here earlier on when we had to vote. So where have they suddenly disappeared to? So
Honorable,
they must come back, what they have done, come back and come and respond because they were earlier on here and we haven't received any apologies from them. So what is the reason of them not being here, ma'am?
Winnie, please. I think I've ruled on that matter. Yes, they are not here now as we deal with this, but how are we supposed to respond to your question of where are they now? And that is not the point of order that I expect because I ruled when the DA raised that point of order. Honorable Zulu?
Point of order.
Honorable, I will come to you, Honorable Mbalula. Let me take Honorable Zulu.
Honorable Chairperson, one of the things that I can assure you is that the ministers are always ready to answer questions. The problem we have, I've pointed this many a times. I've said the connectivity is always a problem. I've indicated that.
But Honorable Chair, let the members not use this period to be bashing members. If there is a proposal, we can put a proposal, questions that have not been answered, because we don't know why the ministers are not there.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Minister Mbalula, for instance, right now is coming. This is not a platform for bashing us like as if
Thank
we
you,
are
Honorable
irresponsible.
Member.
We are responsible.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We never said anybody is not responsible. We are just saying now that no, I'm not even going to use that word, some Honorable Papo. I'm just saying if the ministers are not there to respond as we ask the question, we proceed. And I promise members that that question, we will, as in the office of the Speaker, make sure that it is responded to, even if it's in writing. Can we please leave this matter there? Please. Honorable Mbalula?
No, thank you, Honorable House Chair. You have covered me.
Thank you.
This is not a global express that ministers are not ready to answer. Where ministers are not present, there should be cogent reasons for that. And I think you have covered me.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Honorable members, this will be the last before we break for lunch. We are now on vote number 20. Vote number 27. There's no indication of any question or declaration. We take vote number 28, police. Vote number 28, police. The DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. The South African Police Service received an adjusted appropriation budget of 99.560 billion for the 2020-21 financial year to fulfill its Section 205 constitutional responsibilities. The National Commissioner stated on 19 June 2021 that the police are no longer able to fulfill these responsibilities due to budget constraints. But the police only managed to spend 95.9% of the budget and recorded an under-expenditure of 4.07 billion. This amount was allocated for crime prevention, investigation, and intelligence gathering. This resulted in DNA backlogs, a dysfunctional central firearm register, and skyrocketing gender-based violence. Minister, would you agree that your department's performance is not satisfactory at the moment and that something must be done about it, and especially the leadership crisis that is ongoing? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we proceed, can I allow the Honorable Holomisa to... Your hand is up, General. Honorable Holomisa?
Chairperson, this is particular Olumisa.
Okay.
Not General Olumisa.
No, thank you. It was... Yes.
Raise hand. When we were talking about the absence of ministers or deputy ministers, when they were called upon to respond, I wanted to explain why it is that some of us have not been able to respond. We're not being delinquent, but the other colleagues have already explained, and I accept the ruling that responses will be provided at a later stage to the questions that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now, honorable members, the GA has spoken. NFP?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, with the budgetary constraints that the department has currently, and people are becoming desperate, joblessness is increasing in the country, the crime.
Thank you. The EFF? The EFF?
No, Chair, is on labor. We'll use our 2 minutes on labor.
Okay. The ANC, just check if somebody is not sending without you knowing, Honorable Mkalipi, if you are the whip of the day, because it just came in not long ago that want to speak on this one. Just check because this is the second time. The AN
No, Chair, let me clarify. We discovered that we only have 2 minutes, so we rather take only one labor.
Okay, no problem. ANC? No one. ANC for police? None. I'm going to allow the Minister of Police to respond to vote 28.
Thanks, Chairperson. I did not catch the second question from the member of the NFP, but the first question from Honorable Member of DA, it has been explained as we are explaining it, that the money that was underspent on visible policing was not on operation, was on PPEs, for the fact that PPEs were quite expensive initially, unavailable, and then we managed to reduce that money in terms of purchasing PPEs. Unfortunately, that was a locked-in money, so it had to be surrendered. The other underspending, especially on the PSS, the protection, that 40 million is because there was no enough movement of the executive members, so there was no SNT, there was no overpayment, there was no accommodation. That's the reason that has been given, Chair. But the second question, I did not really catch it from Honorable Member Sheikh.
Can we just mute, what do we say, block those minutes table stuff? The minister still has 40 minutes to respond. I mean 40 seconds, sorry, when I stopped. Honorable Sheikh Imam, I'm giving you the opportunity to please ask the question. Score.
Minister, with the budgetary constraints your department has, the crime rate is increasing as a result of homelessness. And added to that is the problem of the fourth wave of COVID-19, and people are suffering from COVID fatigue. How do you intend dealing with these challenges with limited budget? And I do accept and understand that a lot of what is happening is impacting on your department because of failures at other departments to deal with the socio-economic conditions and things in the country. Thank you, Minister.
Minister, you have 40 seconds to respond.
I thought you said 40 minutes, but it's okay.
That's
Yes, Chair. Chair, it's true that policing is not just policing and stop and donor and arresting people. We have raised the matters that there are many other things that impact on policing, including the high level of unemployment, but also including the environmental design. For the fact that there are many places around the country, whether it's Kailisha, whether it's Diepsloot, whether it's Nanda, where people are not properly settled, where there are no roads, where there are no lights, where there are no numbers, and that hinders policing, and then it makes it difficult. Indeed, it doesn't matter how huge the budget will be increased. So long some of these things are not fixed, it will be difficult for the police. So we expect government to be generic. We work together to reduce crime. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. You were prompt on the time. Honorable members, I will now suspend the proceedings until 14 hours. And the bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended.
Recording stopped.
Oh my God.
Honourable members, we will now continue with the question and answer session to the relevant members of the executive. I want to put to you vote number 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development. Are there any objections? Is there any question? The Freedom Front Plus have indicated. Do you still want to take your question? Is it from the virtual platform? Please. May I ask the whip if the member is available to take the question? If not, the whip may do so on behalf of the member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Apologies for that. Minister, a government cannot be the main employers of people in its country. That is not sustainable. Taking into account the NDP's target to create 1 million jobs in the agricultural sector by 2030, and bearing in mind that most other job creation strategies of government has focused on temporary jobs, the 750 million rand budgeted for in this adjustment appropriation as the line item Presidential Employment Initiative must not be, as all other government employment initiatives, only a temporary solution to the employment crisis. This department should focus on skills transfers, empowering farmers to create permanent employment. Commercial agriculture creates jobs and ensure food security. For commercial agriculture to succeed, the department needs to prioritize disease control and other essential services. Do you not think, Honourable Minister, that your department should focus on creating an environment where commercial farming is stimulated and developing farmers are assisted to become commercial? Anything else is only temporary in nature. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chair. Honourable Minister, during the State of the Nation address in 2020, President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the release of about 700,000 hectares of state land for agricultural production. Less than 60,000 hectares of state land has been allocated against a target of about 400,000 hectares for 2020-21 financial year. It is acknowledged that the outbreak of COVID had a negative impact on rapid release of state land. What measures has the department put in place to ensure that the identified 700,000 hectares of state land is released to beneficiaries within the medium term? Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Minister who is on the virtual platform.
On a point of order, House Chairperson.
Yes.
House Chair, it seems as though the problem that persisted earlier this week is again occurring where members on the virtual platform are not able to unmute themselves. So I think that's the Minister's problem as well.
Oh, thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you for bringing it to my attention. Let us give them an opportunity just to sort out the connection with the chamber, and then we will proceed.
House Chairperson, honourable members, thank you very much for the two questions from the members. I'd like to agree with the statement that was made by Honourable Brett, and the statement was actually read by Honourable Wessels, who's the whip of the Freedom Front in the House. Indeed, one would agree that it's important to create enabling environment for farmers to be able to do their work and also be able to create employment when necessary. It's also important to look at the 750 million rand that has been reallocated more as the capacity for those small scale farmers, particularly subsistence farmers who are actually self-employed. So that adds in the pool, not just of farm workers, but those who can employ themselves. I agree with you that it's important to focus on animal disease to be able to control the animal diseases that has got a direct impact in terms of the agricultural economy. And to this effect, I have set up a task team on biosecurity, which includes important stakeholders in the industry working with our officials so that we can understand what are the challenges that we are facing in our own system as government, particularly in the provinces, as well as within the organized agricultural sector. And I hope that the report of that panel will assist us to put relevant measures that will curb the animal disease in our country or even control them at best. Secondly, on the issue of state land release, as announced by the president, I wish to assure the honorable member that we have actually released almost 70% of the state land as it was indicated by the president in terms of those 700,000 hectares. But where there had been weaknesses is on the acquisition of land in terms of the PLUS program, and we will improve our capacity to be able to reach the desired target. Secondly, we want to also deal with issues of maladministration as well as malfeasance that we have picked up in some of our offices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, there's no question on vote number 30. Vote number 31 is employment and labour, and there's a question or declaration from the FF+.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, the purpose of your department, as it is clearly stated in this appropriation bill, is to play a significant role in reducing unemployment and inequality by pursuing the objectives of decent work for all through employment creation and enterprise development. And I'll repeat that, through employment creation and enterprise development. You are aware that we are currently having the highest expanded unemployment rate recorded since the inception of the quarterly labour force survey of 46.6%. In fact, the highest unemployment rate in the world. Minister, this is a crisis, and I'm sure you will agree. Employment creation is not taking place. Government is not creating an conducive environment for the private sector to create jobs. You are doing the exact opposite. And I put it to you, Minister, that it does not matter what the budget of this department is. You are failing dismally in reducing unemployment because under your watch, it has risen to nearly 50%. What will your department do to turn around this crisis in the year to come, specifically with regards to your expanded mandate of promoting employment creation and your lack of support to the private sector? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, your problems are many, and I won't be mentioning all of them here because there are too many to be mentioned here. One, the rate of unemployment is very high, is sitting at 44%. And as a Minister of Employment and Labour, how do you address this? Secondly, workers from all corners of South Africa are not protected by labour laws, and your department are failing them on a daily basis. A case in point, workers here in this parliament, as we are talking today, they have been denied an annual increase this year, while last year they didn't get their annual performance bonuses. They have families to look after. Everything is getting up. So how are you going to help these workers? Are you going to talk to the parliamentary staff as workers and talk to their bosses just to talk on behalf of the workers? Or are you going to say we are not involved? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC? If not, I will give the opportunity to Minister Nesi, who's on the virtual platform, to respond.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and together with the members. Let me start with the last question. Issues of salaries and conditions of service are not policy matters. They are the bargaiнаbles. They are issues of negotiations between the employer and the employees. So I think there is a forum which is able to deal with those issues in Parliament. We will only come in if that forum collapses. If there's a deadlock, there are dispute resolving mechanisms which are in the legislation which must be followed. So any party, in terms of their dispute of interest or whatever, they have a right to follow the necessary dispute resolving mechanisms. The first question is raised by FF Plus. You would know that we've been talking about the issue of unemployment. An issue of unemployment is not an issue of a department. It is an issue of the economy as a whole. You know where we're coming from, where our economy has been going down prior to the pandemic. You know what the pandemic has done, the decline in the GDP of about 7%. You know what has happened when we're trying to recover. There was violence and so on, which a lot of jobs were lost. You know now we're seated with the Omicron variant, which is giving us problems. We are debating even the issue of vaccine so that the economy cannot be closed. And what we want to emphasize is that we will continue to lose jobs if the economy continues to go down. But we will be able to gain jobs if the economy continues. I want to refer you to a document called the ERRP, which was launched last year by the president, which talks about the areas for job creation, public infrastructure development, the issue of ensuring energy security, the industrialization, localization, the mass public employment programs, which we have talked about, particularly for the youth, women, and disabilities. We have talked about macroeconomic interventions and enablers of growth. We have talked about the green economy. And we've talked about the reviving the tourism sector, recognizing the huge setback.
Your time is now
expired. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will now go to the next vote where there is questions, and that is vote 33, human settlements. The Democratic Alliance.
Chairperson, the newly appointed minister has done much to stabilise the housing department in recent months, but the damage already done to the department as a result of cadre deployment will last for years to come. Last week, the Honourable Minister Kubayi admitted that a staggering 1.9 million government houses remain blocked and incomplete as a result of ongoing corruption, tenderpreneurship, and a lack of accountability by provincial MEC and ANC. Adding to this grave failure is the department's recent admission that 18 months after the pandemic began, not a single beneficiary had received a cent of the 377 million rand set aside for residential rental relief. If the cadre-stacked advisory committees and rapid non-response task teams hired by the ex-minister had in fact been working for South Africa instead of the ANC, these 1.9 million houses would have long ago been completed and the rental relief spent. Chairperson, until this department can meet their basic targets, we will reject all further appropriations.
The ANC. No question from the ANC. I will then recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson, it's me here.
Who are you? Order, Honourable Members. No, I called the ANC and there was no response, Honourable Members.
I was muted, Chair. It's me, Tseki, Member Tseki.
Yeah, you must unmute yourself. You may ask your question, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The informal settlement program of human settlement is very important, as its object is to transform spaces of marginality, inequality, and deprivation in the urban landscape. The provinces that are not using the Human Settlement Development Grant and the Urban Settlement Development Grant should ensure that the aforementioned grants are used efficiently to address the challenges of housing faced by our people. The question is, how does the department allow for a rollover of funds when we have a challenge of housing in our country? And what plans has the department developed and implemented to provide adequate support to the provinces to utilize the funds and avoid a rollover for the next financial year?
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
House Chairperson, thank you. May I request not to switch on my video? My network is weak. remember, regarding the issue of 1.9 million houses. I do not think that there's one reason why this has happened. There are various reasons, and possibly one of the things that we've got to look at, it's even in terms of the challenges that we are finding ourselves in, where you find projects are being taken over by illegal occupants, and also the issues around where you find people who are disrupting construction in the community. So it's not correct for members to assume that this is because of what would have been lack of leadership from MECs. MECs have always played an oversight in terms of our project. So I think it's important, and this is a societal matter that we must be able to work together as all parties to be able to resolve this. On the issue around the efficiency of spending and what is it that we are doing, as MINMEC, which means myself, DM, and together with MECs, have agreed on improving performance, quarterly monitoring, but also we are also looking in terms of tightening up on the controls around contract management and also penalty clause, so that we can be able to see the grants performing. We do request the House to support the rollovers currently, because construction has been affected during COVID, and also in terms of availability of material, where we couldn't, as a sector, be able to implement some of the projects. And therefore, as we recover in terms of ensuring that construction happens in the country, in the levels that are there in terms of risk-adjusted strategy, we will be able to see in the future to be able to see more improvement in terms of performance. Myself and the Deputy Minister have visited projects, have engaged with the provinces to ensure that we monitor physically the projects, but also have engagement with the provinces to ensure that we can be able to monitor their progress in terms of implementation of our plans. But again, what we have done as National Department was to avail technical support to provinces where there were weaknesses. As we go forward, in municipalities where there's been less spending, we will work together with the provinces to ensure alignment of budget business plans and also alignment of programs for better planning.
Thank you. Your time is now expired. Honourable members, we will now proceed to vote 34, Mineral Resources and Energy. The DA.
House Chairperson, South Africa is in an economic crisis with record unemployment, low GDP growth and spiralling debt. And much of this can be attributed directly to the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, who failed to adequately administer their responsibilities, supervise their entities, or to provide adequate direction, policy and investor certainty. Examples include the disastrous management of mining licenses, the Risk Mitigation Independent Power Producers Procurement Program, the National Solar Water Heating Program, rocketing fuel prices, and a complete failure to ensure the regular updating of the Integrated Resource Plan and the Integrated Energy Plan. And Minister Mantashe, well, he dithers when he should be decisive and pronounces with absolute authority the most bizarre positions, often in direct contradiction to his own president. He is dragged kicking and screaming to the most rational positions after causing untold damage to our country and our economy. The minister should just get out the way and ease the bureaucratic regulations to allow the private sector to do what government clearly cannot, namely provide electricity, create jobs, and stimulate economic growth.
The IFP.
The petrol price has increased by over 2 rands per litre over the last 2 months, and on the 1st of December it was first increased by 75 cents, further increased rather by 75 cents, which was originally erroneously announced as an 81-cent increase. This error adds further fuel to the fire, for lack of a better pun, in the demand for an urgent review of the fuel price structure, in particular the huge amounts being paid in levies. Further, how much could more such a material area could have been allowed to occur, one which South Africans cannot actually afford and is unnecessary. As the IFP would like further clarity on how the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy determines these increases and how this department will work to reduce the ever-increasing and escalating fuel costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
considering that the solar water heater geysers project in Program 5 has huge potential to offset high costs of grid connections, to create job opportunities, to spur green industry growth, and to increase disposable income in working class households, but is stalled despite the high budget underspending of 238 million. What remedial actions have the department undertaken to roll out the solar water heater geysers much more rapidly? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, House Chair. It's the M. Nkabane who is taking the question.
Please proceed.
Oh, Ukona. Okay, it's fine, Minister.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, DM, for standing in. First of all, we must record that between ourselves and the Democratic Alliance, most of the time, we are engaged in shadow boxing, dealing with ideological differences. Honorable Melam believes that we should just switch off coal and move to renewables. It doesn't even count that renewables provide 8.3%. The RP is being implemented. These positions that he refers to are positions that are actually talking to the transition. We could say it should be a transition which is a content. Come to a just transition, we want to develop content to that just. And I think the day should contribute in developing that instead of throwing its hand into the air. The second one on the price increase. I agree with the IFP that it would have been helpful to separate taxes from fuel price increases. At this point in time, there's a big section of the fuel prices which is on levies. And our view is that the way of counting price increases is quite an urgent matter to review. That discussion is on the table. On the solar heater geysers stalled, when we took over the department 2 years ago, we had 87,000 solar geysers that were stored, and they had already costed the department over 300 million rand. We went in there, addressed the issues, and set up a proper project management system and put together a team. Progress can be recorded now. We're going for 20,000 of those solar geysers on rooftops. We're hoping that as we move on, we are going to increase the pace and increase the number of solar geysers installed.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, I was just going to announce that we do have certain problems with the ICT connection with the chamber, but it seems to me those who are not supposed to switch on their devices get through easily to the chamber. So if there is a slow response in a member who's asking a question on the virtual platform or a minister responding, it doesn't necessarily mean they are not there. We are trying to manage the situation as best as we can. I will now move to vote number 36, small business development. The Democratic Alliance.
Minister, can you imagine being a small business owner in a country with a contracting economy, constant load shedding, and some of the hardest lockdown measures in the world? The Ministry of Small Business Development have various programs to try and assist small business, but the reality is that these programs reach a fraction of the small businesses that need help. The other reality is that no loan scheme program or support from the ministry can help a business that's doors get shut down due to blunt instruments such as lockdown restrictions. Minister, What small business needs is the assurance that they can keep their doors open despite a fourth, fifth, or sixth wave. Will you stand up against any nonsensical closures of beaches, restaurants, or business? Minister, will you stand up against more livelihood-killing lockdowns?
The UDM, the NFP.
Honorable Minister, as you are aware, the fourth wave is here. Many small businesses are going to be impacted on. Many have already closed. They needed assistance. And we did provide a guarantee system through the banks. However, the red tape appears to be a serious problem in these people accessing that funding, which resulted in only about 20 billion of that 200 billion being used up. How could you assist in trying to relax some of the red tape so they could more easily be able to get that funding? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the department missed its targets of supporting SMMEs and cooperatives by over 23,000. While the lockdown restrictions related to COVID was understandably the cause of this underachievement. How is the department planning to meet its target as we normalize? And how confident is the department that the target of providing financial and non-financial support to 5,000 youth startups by the end of this financial year will be met?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the honourable members for the questions. The first question, in line with the restrictions and the impact that they have on small business development. Yes, as the department, we do sympathize with all small businesses, which is why we continue to provide support when necessary and within the budget and the guidelines that we have. It is unfortunate that whilst we have to ensure that businesses are continuing, that we also have a responsibility to protect life.
Honourable Minister, Honourable Minister, you are not audible.
Yes, I'll say.
Can we just try to get a much clearer response so that we who are in the chamber and on the platform can hear you a lot better, please?
Okay. House Chair, can you hear me now?
Please proceed, Honourable Member. Proceed, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we can't hear you. You are not a minister. No, Honourable Member, you're not a minister. I'm waiting for Honourable Minister Abrams. Honourable Minister, can you respond, please?
House Chair, can you hear me?
Please proceed.
House Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you so much, House Chair. As much as we sympathize with the impact that the restrictions have on small businesses, we also have a responsibility to make sure that we protect people's lives. Failure to adhere to restrictions that government is forced to impose leads to people dying, leads to the same businesses being destroyed. Because when the owners die and when the people that are supposed to support businesses can no longer support them, it therefore has an adverse impact on them. So I just want to appeal to the honourable member that yes, we are trying everything to support. And as government, we are trying to be responsive and have an appreciation of all the challenges that we are faced with, which is why we're introducing even different methods where businesses can to say it may be a reality that we can find ourselves with COVID for 4 years. What is going to happen, which means we also have to relook the way we do businesses. Therefore, in the measures that we are providing, not only on financial support, but also on non-financial support. We are saying, how do we introduce hybrid models of doing business? The second question, Honorable Chairperson, was in line with the red tape that is there and making it very impossible for small businesses to access funding. We have reviewed, we have spoken to our agencies, and we've agreed that there's a need for us to relax certain measures. For example, we used to say if you're on credit bureau, we cannot give you money. And reality is that it tells you that one is in credit bureau in business because one cannot afford. Therefore, how do we bring that challenge and make sure that we can assist the person in terms of paying for that debt and provide payment holidays so that one is able to recover on the business whilst the person is trying to repay and find ways of living.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time is now expired. I will now proceed to vote number 38, tourism. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. This government is excellent at practicing doublespeak, as is done in tourism when it preached that tourism is a key economic driver and job creator, but actually does nothing to reinvigorate the sector. In fact, it does the very opposite by making it difficult to allow the sector to start getting back on its feet since the pandemic. It has used race as a criteria for recipients to receive COVID relief, as if the COVID virus discriminates based on race. Tourism can still contribute to economic recovery and job creation if a reform plan, where all persons who have suffered during this ongoing lockdown could receive equitable assistance to restart. The question persists: what is the minister doing to ensure that the tourism sector grows and develops in such a manner that jobs start being created in the sector?
The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, it is anticipated that government may have to put in some regulations as a result of the high infection rate currently. Added to that is the problem of the reckless conduct of particular European countries that are putting a travel ban to and from South Africa. How are you going to deal with this problem to ensure that we protect the sector by providing some kind of assistance to businesses that will be affected as a result of the restrictions that we are placing, particularly the restaurant trade and others? Thank you, Minister.
The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC? Any of the whips in a position to assist? None? We'll proceed.
Can we take the platform as EFF using ANC minutes?
No, Honourable Member, you know that's not possible. We'll go to vote number 39, Trade, Industry and Competition. The DA.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. Each year, the Minister tells us that he is going to lessen unemployment, he's going to grow the economy, and he is going to increase competition. At the end of the year, he then tries to explain why none of that was possible, and it happens year in and year out. Now, what the Minister has been very good and consistent at is being able to pander to big business and special interests to make it more expensive to do business in this country. So, Minister, my succinct question to you is, how does this budget, which you have put together with your department, address all of the failings and shortcomings that you promise us you're going to do at the beginning of each year, and when you come to at the end of the year, you're giving apologies and excuses for? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The South African Bureau of Standards, SABS, and the National Regulator for Compulsory Specification, NRCS, play an important role in intensifying localization, import protection, professionalizing, our domestic industries, particularly the steel industry. However, the Auditor General has raised concerns about these entities not operating optimally, receiving financially unqualified audit opinions with findings on compliance with legislation and the ability to implement effective action plans to address significant internal control deficiencies. What monitoring and control measures are in place in the department that are intended to ensure the compliance with legislation by these entities? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On the second speaker, the one speaker from the ANC, I would want to start off by saying in the instance of the SABS, the agency is quite important, as the Honourable Member has indicated, and SABS has moved from a disclaimer a few years ago to a qualification of its audit, and now to unqualified opinions. And that's a very positive step. We've put in place a range of measures, from getting teams in the department to support the turnaround, and we've allocated staff to support the management of SABS, and we've seen some significant improvement in the audit outcomes. On the NRCS, the challenge there has been that the accounting framework requires that revenue is accrued and recorded in the financial year that it is earned, and there's a misalignment between the financial year end and the levy declarations each year. So that leads to a high degree of estimations that has to be done. I've had a very detailed discussion with the Auditor General on this matter, and we've identified some ways of dealing with this so that we can, in fact, address the challenges. I hope that responds to Honourable Hermans' question. On the first question that was asked by the DA speaker, the DA speaker mischaracterizes what we say at the start of our budget year and at the end of our budget year. And so perhaps let me answer the core question that is in there, which is, how do we want to deploy the budget to deal with the challenges in the economy? And I start with the issue of big business. And we have, in fact, strengthened the support for the Competition Commission. It's doing excellent work in dealing with abuse of dominance. And it released a few days ago a seminal study on high levels of economic concentration in the South African economy, together with some recommendations of what can be done. In addition to that, the Competition Commission has been actively involved in fighting cartels and has levied enormous fines on them. And they've taken on, during the COVID period, excessive pricing, overcharging, and unfair behavior. So I think that some of the additional budget support is precisely towards that. The second leg of it is to expand industrial production in new areas. We've just launched the one good example, the Toyota Corolla Cross vehicle, which is a hybrid vehicle, bringing in technologies for green generations through a electric motor as well as the internal combustion engine. The company intends or hopes to sell a significant number. This is now produced here in South Africa, together with a number of other areas like this. Part of the budget makes resources available. I recognize the time is up. There's a lot of detail we can provide on how we're using the budget. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Honourable Minister, not this afternoon. We'll have another occasion for that. The next vote...
Sorry, a point of order, House Chair.
What is the point of order?
I think there perhaps was a mistake where Minister Sisulu was missed from the tourism votes and she didn't get an opportunity to answer.
Yes, you're actually correct, Honourable Member. It was just brought also to my attention. I want to go back to vote 38. Honourable Minister Sisulu.
Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Honourable Minister. Please proceed, and my apologies.
Hey, partner.
Honorable Minister Sisulu, you have the floor. You may continue.
Yeah.
Honorable members, we do experience a problem with the connection with Honorable Minister Sisulu. I will try to find out from the ICT if they can assist the Honorable Minister, and then we'll come back to her. I indicated earlier that we are experiencing connection problems with some of the members of the executive. Please allow me then to proceed to vote number 40, Transport, the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much. To say the Department of Transport is a mess would be an understatement. No trains on the tracks. Citizens can't renew their licenses. In 2014, the Road Accident Fund, PRASA, and CBRTA were the 3 out of the 12 entities of the department which were in financial ruin and were nearing total corporate governance collapse. Since then, and subsequent to your appointment in 2019 as Transport Minister and ANC tweetist, you have added 3 more entities to the list of entities nearing total collapse, because now half of the Department of Transport, 12 entities, are in financial ruin. Here's the question. By 2024, how many more or less will we have added to this disgraceful list of shame and disgust? Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, your department looks after the competency of quite a few failing entities. For instance, the PRASA board has not taken responsibility for the lack of due diligence when appointing a CEO. In fact, board member Advocate Sitini has found a nice little loophole regarding the CEO not disclosing his dual passports to hide behind. With these type of tactics, he has no place serving in the public sphere. The board should, after the suspension of the CEO, admit its shortcomings and address these issues accordingly. With PRASA being infected with rampant irregular expenditure, it displays a sheer disregard for the integrity of our democratic state by displaying its arrogance and disrespect for Parliament.
Honorable Schlengwa, the time of the IFP has now expired.
Thank you.
The ANC. Before the ANC, I want to recognize the EFF, and then we'll get to the ANC. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, why your department is not protecting the poor South Africans who are using public transport? The public as passengers are packed into full capacity by buses, by taxis, and so why your department is not ensuring that people are protected during this COVID? What are you doing about that? Are you killing South Africans purposely? Thank you, Chair.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Jola, how is the Department of Transport going to prevent future underspending, which is caused by the lack of filling of critical vacant posts? And how are you intending to align your KPAs to the strategic outputs of the department? Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. First, I don't think the first question is a question, it's political posturing. But just to highlight a point in relation to that posturing, that RAF has stabilized. It was faced with huge challenges, and since we came in the 6th administration, we've brought that stability. And we're in the process of reducing the big liability that RAF is facing. You will know that we reduced the lawyer's cost at RAF from 9 billion per annum to something hovering just above 2 billion or so. And that is a huge impact that we have made in a very short space of time. CBRTA was in total chaos. It has for the first time registered a clean audit, and we've got a new board under Memu Levati, total stability. and we're looking at new revenue generation methods in terms of the CBRTA. PRASA is Achilles' heel, Honorable Hlengwa, but we have a broad stability. What is needed at PRASA is to accelerate implementation, and the board is on top of that situation. And a report very soon will be forthcoming into Parliament, among others, to deal with the legacy of irregular expenditure at PRASA. The challenges with regard to the Group CEO have been addressed, and we'll give a full report together with the board to Parliament on this particular matter. The EFF, we have faced huge challenges in terms of public transport and managing numbers, and that is why at level 5 we had to stop the trains because they were going to be a massive spreader in relation to COVID-19. And we're in the process of bringing back the trains in the different corridors. But it is not correct to say that, like the DA says, that there's a total collapse in terms of main corridors, in terms of the train. Some corridors are functional, and in the next 2 weeks, we will be making a big announcement and bringing to life one of the biggest projects we have announced by the president, which is Mabupani. It will be back in operation. And
Thank you. Your time is now expired. Thank you. Honourable members, I will now go to vote 41, water and sanitation. There is a question from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to get a clarity from the Minister here in the form of a question. The work of water and sanitation to deliver to the poor depends entirely on the technical capacity, which also be provided by MISA. Now, I want to understand from the Minister, why do you find comfortable to work with the MISA CEO, who is criminally charged of corruption? Why are you not challenging that charge against the CEO? Are you ready to fight corruption, or are you supporting corruption? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I will be responding on behalf of the Minister. Let me indicate that our focus is on delivery of services to the people of the Republic, and in particular water and sanitation. And if there are criminality and criminal activities by the CEO, definitely there are law enforcement agencies that will be able to deal with that. And therefore, it may not be our responsibility to can be able to say that this person, because there is criminal activity, we will not be working with. And remember, MISA does not belong to the department like any other board of the department, where we can be able to talk to the issues. For sure, the Department of COGTA is the one that can be able to guide us as to how to go forward on this matter. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I now want to go back to vote 38, tourism. Minister Sisulu is on the line. She was also earlier on the line, but we had a technical problem in connecting with the Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister.
House Chair, I'm going to take the questions on behalf of the Minister.
Please proceed.
Thanks very much, Chair. Let's first clarify the issue that government is taking tourism very seriously. That's why one of the key pillars of the economic recovery, reconstruction and recovery plan is tourism. And subsequent to that, tourism, then we're able, working together with the sector, to develop a tourism sector recovery plan, which plans is aimed at making sure that we preserve jobs and ensure livelihood, support businesses, so that they are able to continue with the businesses and the work that they are doing in providing the necessary a tourist attraction that is needed. But secondly, it is not correct to say the tourism relief fund was race-based. It's not right. The tourism relief fund was meant for everybody. There are many white companies that was able to benefit out of the tourism relief fund. And therefore, it is misleading to say no, it was race-based. So we must clarify that matter, because it's a narrative that the DA is pursuing, which is a very false narrative. We are committed to make sure that we transform the sector and ensure that there's inclusivity and everybody is able to benefit in the tourism sector in a very inclusive way. So the issue, therefore, is that we are proceeding with the transformation and make sure that there's beneficiation of South Africans as a whole in general, but Africans in particular, with focus on women and people with disability. So there's nothing race-based there. It's a policy of government. Well, in terms of the support, as you know, we did have a tourism relief fund, which tourism relief fund was then made available for all small businesses for the support that we provided to them.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the question and answer session on the votes. We shall now proceed to decide the votes and schedule. I will now put vote number 1, the presidency. Are there any objections?
Yes, EFF object. The DA.
The objection is noted of the DA. Are there any further objections?
EFF, Chair.
I've noted the EFF.
House Chairperson, the Freedom Front Plus calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honourable members. Will those members in the House take up their allocated seats so that we can proceed with the division? Before I start, I want to ask the cooperation of all the members present in the House and on the virtual platform that we use the time productively this afternoon and try to get through the process as smoothly as possible. Honourable members, you are aware that the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure is in place and will be followed. First, in order to establish a quorum, I will request the table to confirm that we do indeed have a quorum, which they have confirmed now. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. And a member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chairperson. A quorum having been confirmed, the question before the House is that vote number 1, the President or the Presidency, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you please confirm the number of your members present in the House and on the platform, and if they vote for or against the question? I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the ANC in physical attendance is 35. On the virtual platform is 163, totaling up to 198. We vote in support.
Can you just repeat that, Honourable Chief Whip? Totaling?
Eh? In the House, we are 35 physically here. Then on the virtual platform, we are 163, totaling up to 198.
Yes, 198.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The DA?
House Chair, you've made me check my maths twice here. House Chair, we are 13 in the House, 56 online, totaling up to 69 voting against.
Thank you. The EFF?
House Chair, thank you very much. We are 22 on virtual and voting against.
The IFP?
Five online, 1 in the House, 6 voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chairperson. 6 online, 2 in the House, 8 voting against.
The ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP is 1 on virtual, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
The UDM? The ATM? Good.
Chairperson, 1 virtual, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP?
Chairperson, 2 on virtual, vote in favor.
The AIC? Cope?
Chairperson, 1 in the House and 1 on the platform, are voting against.
Thank you. The PAC? Al Jama?
House Chair, 1 on virtual, voting for.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. Thank you, Honourable Members. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions, 103 voted against, 208 voted in favour. The vote is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I will now put to you vote number 2, Parliament. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Vote is noted.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF+.
Thank you.
And the ACDP, thank you.
House Chair, can you please note the objection of the EFF? Those smaller parties must wait for us. We are the third largest.
Honourable member, just indicate your vote. Are there any other objections? With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 3, cooperative governance. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, can you note the objection of the EFF?
Noted.
House Chair, please note the objection of the official opposition.
Noted.
House Chairperson, the FF+ calls for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. I think order. All of us are now familiar with the voting protocols. So I will move straight to the question. The question before the House is for vote number 3, cooperative governance, to be agreed to. And I will request party whips now to indicate the votes of their members, whether they vote for or against the question. We do have a quorum in the House and virtual platform. The Honourable Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Nothing has changed. 35 physically, 163 online, totaling up to 198 voting in support.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 56 online, 13 in the House, 69 voting against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Dankie voorsitter. 22 op lyn en vote nog steeds teen die stem. Dankie.
Dankie. The IFP.
Bayisihlanu kwezobuchwepheshe munye osendlini sisithupha sisonke siyawuseka.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF+.
Dankie, hy is voorsitter 2 in die huis, 6 aanlyn, dis 8 teen.
The ACDP.
1 on virtual, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. The ATM. Good. Good.
Sorry, Chairperson, 1 virtual, vote supporting.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. 2 on virtual in support.
Thank you. The AIC. Cope.
Chairperson, 1 in-house, 1 on the visual, voting against.
The PAC. Al-Jamaa.
1 on virtual, voting for.
Thank you. Is there any member that wish to vote differently from their party positions? No member. The voting session is now closed.
House Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
While you're waiting for the results to come through, I wonder if I may ask a question. It has come to my attention that the only parties that will be asking for divisions are the DA and the Freedom Front Plus. It's also come to my attention from members online that load shedding has started hitting around the country, and we're going to start losing members online. And it would be my formal suggestion that if there is an objection and that the Chief Whips object to it, that we use that as, instead of going through a direct particular division. Because what I'm worried about is if we call for a division and then it's unfair that maybe 20 or 30 people from the ANC are offline, and maybe even the Freedom Front who've declared, asked for the division, their members aren't online. So practically speaking, I'm saying if we object, would that be enough for our names to be noted as being against that particular vote?
Oh, thank you, Honourable Member. Of course, We will leave it to the discretion of the whips of these political parties to decide. But it is a good proposal that should be considered. Thank you. Honourable members, order. Order. The outcome of the division is as follows. There's order, honourable members. I want to declare the vote. Honourable Becky Gadebe, you are disturbing us from where you are sitting. I think you must rather move back to where you are supposed to sit. There's no abstentions, honourable members. There's 103 that voted against and 208 that voted in favour, and the vote is thus agreed to.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. As the ANC, we want to support the suggestion made by Honorable Mazoni with regard to the load shedding and the
calling of divisions,
which will affect our members on virtual platform. Thank you.
I was just thinking that you're saying that the ANC is intending to call for divisions on some of the votes. No, thank you, Honourable Members. Let me ask the whips. Okay, no. We're not going to allow every person now to come on. I think it is something that the whips must sort out amongst themselves. I want to get on with the business of the House, which is vote number 4. Government Communications and Information Systems. Are there any objections?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF.
House Chairperson, look, the EFF is going to do this all day long. Let's just face facts. We are the official opposition. We stand up first.
House Chairperson, is that a point of order?
You are starting now, Mazon.
Honourable
Is that a
members.
point of order? Then you must say it.
Honourable members, you are now disrupting the session, and it is counterproductive to the proposals that has been made by the whips.
I couldn't agree with you more,
Are you
House
raising
Chair.
an objection, honourable member?
I am, thank you,
Your
Chair.
objection is noted, and the objection of the EFF is noted. Are there any further objections?
ACDP, thank you.
The ACDP?
FF plus.
FF plus. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections, and this vote is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I put to you vote number 5, Home Affairs. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
House Chair, please note the official opposition's objection.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF plus.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now want to put...
House Chair?
Are you preempting me?
I'm not preempting you at all. House Chairperson, I just wanted to say that we've had a whip around, if you'll pardon the pun, and it looks like all the whips are in agreement with my suggestion. So if that's all right with you, House Chairperson, when we won't be dividing, but then our names will be logged as having declared against it.
I'll note the objections when it is raised, but it's ultimately in the hands of the parties themselves to decide whether they want to call for a division or not.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, honourable. Yes.
I want to say that you are not consulted as EFF, so it does not mean that if they're in the House they have agreed and then everyone is agreed. You are independent here as the EFF.
Honourable members, order, order. It's the last sitting day. It's the last sitting day, and I will follow the rules of the House in dealing with the votes. I now put to you vote number 6, International Relations and Cooperation. Are there... Honourable members, can you just wait until I put the question? Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note.
Yes.
Can you, House Chairperson, can you please note the objection of the official opposition?
Radical one.
Hy is voorsitter van binne in die huis en nie daar waar ons wegkruip nie. Neem asseblief kennis van ons beswaar.
Oh, shut up.
And the ACDP.
I didn't hear what the member said.
A point of order to Nazir Paulson. He should take some of his own medicine.
No, honourable members.
Go right.
Honourable Paulson,
come say
no,
that you
honourable members.
Exam to university won't pass.
Honourable members, you are now deliberately disrupting the proceedings of the...
You are a graduate, ma'am.
I will remove you immediately
A
without order, honourable
woman.
member. Order, honourable Chief Whip. I will remove you either from the House or from the platform if you further disrupt voting proceedings. The vote number 6, international relations and cooperation, has been agreed to. I put to you vote number 7, the National School of Government. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted. Are there any further objections?
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the official opposition.
She's standing on her toes now.
Order, honourable members.
Objection
Order.
of the FF plus.
On a point of order, Chair.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Those objections are noted. I'll get to you now, Chief Whip. With those objections, the vote is agreed to, but really, we cannot degenerate proceedings that it becomes almost like a kindergarten. We should not do that. There is precedence of certain political parties based on the voter support in 2019. And let us observe that. There's really no reason to argue and to fight. When these objections are recorded, it's not recorded that this one jumped before that one and that one came in.
And
really.
we are married to each
No,
other.
we must not do that. Please. Let us just be tolerant with one another for the next 2 hours or so, and then we will get through this process very smoothly. Vote number 7 is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 8, National Treasury. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The DA, the EFF.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the official opposition.
It's noted.
House Chairperson, the objection of the FF plus, please. And the ACDP, thank you.
Are there any further objections? There being no further objections, this vote is agreed to. I put to you, honourable members, vote number 9, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted. Are there any further objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the official opposition.
Honourable members, I've made a very polite appeal. In terms of the rules of Parliament, there's no official opposition. Please, let us just calm down and let's go through this process. It's a very important process, by the way. The FF plus.
And the objection of the FF plus.
Noted.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Noted. And with those objections, this vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 10, Public Enterprises. The DA.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
The EFF.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. The
House
IFP.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the IFP.
Thank you.
And the objection of the FF plus. Please
Noted.
note the objection of the ACDP, thank you.
And with those objections, this vote is also agreed to. I now put to you, honourable members, vote number 11, Public Service and Administration. Are there any objections? The DA?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
It's noted. Are there any further objections?
EFF definitely object.
And
Thank
the
you.
objection of the FF plus.
Yes.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Good. With those objections, this vote is also agreed to. I now get to vote number 12, Public Service Commission. Are there any objections? The DA?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
It's noted. Are there any further objections?
The EFF, asseblief, House Chair.
Noted.
Beswaar van die Vryheids- en Plus ook. And the ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. With those objections, this vote is agreed to. Public Works and Infrastructure. Vote number 13. Are there any objections? Vote number
House Chair.
13. Yes.
EFF, we don't agree with it. Objecting.
Thank Noted.
Objection of the EFF plus.
Noted.
House Chair, the objection of the DA.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, this vote is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 14, Statistics South Africa. Are there any objections?
House Chair, the objection of the DA, please.
Objection is noted.
EFF, House Chair, dankie.
Noted.
And the objection of the FF plus.
Thank you.
The objection of the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, vote number 14, Statistics South Africa, is also agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 15, Traditional Affairs. The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. Objection, please.
Noted.
EFF object.
Noted.
FF plus objects. ACDP objects.
Thank you. And with those objections, vote number 15, Traditional Affairs, is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you vote number 16, Basic Education. Are there any objections?
House Chair, objection from the DA, please.
Objection is noted. EFF?
House Chair?
Yes. Are you objecting?
Yes, sir. We said so.
FF Plus objecting.
Thank you.
ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, vote number 16 is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 17, higher education and training. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Noted.
Objection of F, please.
Noted.
Objection of the FF Plus, please.
Yes.
And the ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put now vote number 18, health. Are there any objections?
House Chair, objection of the DA, please.
Noted.
Definitely objection of the EFF, House Chair.
Thank you.
FF Plus objects.
Thank you.
The ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. With those objections, the vote number 18 is agreed to. I now put vote number 19, social development. Are there any objections? DA?
Thank you, House Chair. Objection, please.
Noted. Are there any further?
Objection, EFF.
Thank you.
Objection from FF Plus.
Thank you.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. The vote number 19 is agreed to with those objections having been recorded. I now put vote number 20, women, youth and persons with disabilities. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Thank you.
Definitely objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
And the FF Plus, please.
The ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 21, the Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Noted. Are there any further objections?
Objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
And the FF Plus.
And the ACDP.
Thank you. With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 22, correctional services. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please, cheese. Please, cheese. The big cheese. The head honcho. The chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further objections?
Definitely objection.
Thank you.
FF Plus objects.
The ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, honourable members, the vote is agreed to. I put to you, honourable members, vote number 23, defence. Are there any objections?
The objection of EFF, Vice Chair.
The objections of the GA, the EFF will be recorded.
FF Plus.
ACDP.
And with those objections, vote 23, defence, is agreed to. I put to you vote 24, IPIT. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
It's noted.
Objection of the EFF, sir.
Recorded.
Objection from the FF Plus.
Thank you.
Objection of the ACDP, please.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put to you vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Noted. Are there any further? Yes, EFF, are you objecting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
FF Plus, please.
Please note the objection of the ACDP, thank you.
With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 26, military veterans. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Noted. Are there any further? Yes, Honourable Ntangwini.
The objection of the EFF, sir.
Thank you.
FF Plus objects.
ACDP objects.
And with those objections, vote 26, military veterans, is agreed to. I put to you vote 27, the Office of the Chief Justice. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
It's noted. Any further?
As chairperson, we normally don't object to this one, but we will object since it's decreased. We object.
Thank you.
FF Plus objects.
With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 28, police. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Objection is noted.
Objection of the EFF, sir.
Thank you.
FF Plus objects.
ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, vote 28, police, is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you vote 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Thank you. Any further objections?
Objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
Objection of the FF plus.
Objection of the ACDP, please.
Thank you. And with those objections, vote 29 is agreed to. I put to you vote 30, communications and digital technologies. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
It's noted. Any further objections?
Objection of the EFF, sir.
Thank you.
Objection of the FF plus.
Thank you.
Objection of the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote number 30 is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you vote 31, employment and labour. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Noted.
Objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
Objection from the FF plus.
Objection from the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Those objections are recorded and the vote is thus agreed to. I put to you vote 32, forestry, fisheries and the environment. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Noted.
Objection of the EFF, sir.
Thank you.
FF plus objects.
ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, with those objections, vote 32, forestry, fisheries and the environment is agreed to. I put to you vote 33, human settlements. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
It's noted.
Definitely objection of the EFF, sir.
Thank you.
So ook van die Vryheidsfonds plus.
Thank you.
ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 34, mineral resources and energy. Any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Noted.
The
Any
EFF
further?
stemt teen dit, House Chair.
Thank you.
Vryheidsfonds plus beswaar asseblief.
Thank you.
The ACDP objects to this, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, vote 34, mineral resources and energy is agreed to. I put vote 35, science and innovation. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Yes. Anyone else?
EFF, Asicasi, Chairperson.
EFF.
FF plus objects.
FF plus.
The ACDP objects.
And the ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 36, small business development. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Objection is noted. Any further
Objection.
objections? EFF.
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
FF plus.
Objection of the ACDP, please.
Noted. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 37, sports, arts and culture. Are there any objections?
An objection from the DA, please.
Objection is noted. Any further objections?
EFF, definitely.
EFF.
FF plus, please.
FF plus.
The ACDP objects, thank
And
you.
the ACDP. And with those objections, this vote is also agreed to. Vote 38 is tourism. Are there any objections?
The objection of the DA, please.
Thank you. Any further objections?
EFF, object.
EFF.
FF plus objects.
Thank you.
And the ACDP objects.
Thank you. Vote 39 is trade, industry and competition. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Thank you.
Objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
Objection from the Freedom Front plus.
Objection from the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. With those objections, vote 38 tourism is also agreed to. Honourable members, I put to you vote 39, trade, industry and competition. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Objection is noted.
Of the EFF.
FF plus objects.
Yes.
The ACDP objects, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, this vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 40, transport. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
It's noted.
Objection of the EFF.
Noted.
FF plus objects.
Noted.
Honourable Chairperson, please note the objection of the Inkatha Freedom Party.
IFP's objection is noted.
Please note the ACDP's objection, thank you.
And with those objections being recorded, vote number 40, transport, is agreed to. Vote 41, water and sanitation. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
Noted. Any further objections?
Of the EFF.
FF plus objects.
The ACDP objects, thank you.
And with those objections, vote 41 is thus agreed to. Honourable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the schedule?
House Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Noted.
House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
Honourable House Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF plus.
House Chair, please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members, and thank you for your cooperation.
House Chair, please note the objection of the Congress of the People.
Thank you, honourable member. The objection of COPE will be noted. Thank you for your cooperation, honourable members, and the whips. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Second reading, Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the FF+.
There's objection of the FF+.
Please note the objection of the DA.
The DA.
And the ACDP, thank you.
ACDP, are there any further objections?
Definitely the EFF.
Any further objections? Those objections having been recorded, the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honourable members, the last item on the order paper is farewell speeches. As I invite the Honourable Speaker to take the chair, and as agreed, we will also use this opportunity and the time to acknowledge the resignation of the Honourable James Self, and will make use then of the time during farewell speeches to pay tribute to him. Honourable members, I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition. The Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and welcome to you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to start by paying tribute to a great man, Mr. James Self. I turned 42 years old this year, and I met Mr. Self when I was 16 years old. That means for the majority of my life, I have known, I have learnt, I have been mentored, and I have been given love and pure generosity by Mr. Self. Mr. Self is the only person in this House who may be referred to as the right honourable member, because he has served in the Senate, and he is the only one because he was the oldest and longest serving member. So it goes quite far back. And Mr. Self has always been, I mean, it's amazing that his surname is Self, because I've never met a more selfless person. We had a wonderful going away party, and I'd like to thank you so much to the members of the opposition who joined us yesterday in coming to say goodbye to Mr. Self, because I certainly cannot think of a parliament where I don't look over and see Mr. Self sitting at his chair, at his bench. He never once missed a meeting, even if he was sick. And what the strangest thing for me was when I took over from Mr. Steenhuisen as Chief Whip, Mr. Self couldn't come to a meeting, and he sent me a message and he asked for leave of absence. And I said to him, but James, you are my senior in every which way, shape and form. And he said to me, and you, ma'am, are my Chief Whip, and I need to ask your permission not to be in the House. And that was is the type of man that James Self is. He has been courageous. He has fought some of the most epic battles that this Parliament has seen. He has never given up. He has given up a lot to be with us, with his family, and he now goes and he will enjoy his retirement with 3 beautiful daughters, wonderful grandchildren, and his loving wife, Sheila. And all I can say is, if I am ever considered to be even an 1/8 of the kind of person and politician that James Self is and was and will always be, I will consider myself very fortunate. May God hold you in the palm of his hand always, James Self. You are an absolute hero to me, to those of us in the Democratic Alliance, and we realize that we stand on your shoulders as the giant that you are in the political sphere of South Africa. Madam Speaker, Rudyard Kipling wrote a poem called If, and I'm not going to read the whole poem, so allow me some political license in the way I chose the verses. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or be lied about and don't deal in the lies, or not be hated and don't give way to hating, and yet not look too good nor look too wise, if you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, not losing the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can forgive and fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that is in it, and which is more, you will be a man, my son. And allow me to end that by saying, I'm sure Rudyard Kipling would have said, you would also be a woman, my daughter. What a year 2021 has been. This will go down in my books as the worst year of my life. As you all know, I have been wearing black, and I will continue to wear black until the 16th of April 2022. This was the year that I lost the person that I loved more than anyone could ever love any other human being. I would like to thank every single one of you who phoned me regularly, who kept me in their prayers, and who knew the suffering that I was going through. It's quite interesting. John and I had a conversation, Mr. Steenhuisen, and Mr. Steenhuisen said it's often interesting when a group of women come together, there's a queen bee in the hive. And sometimes the queen bees have to decide, is there going to be one queen bee and everyone will fight? Or will there be a princess, a group of princesses in the hive, and then you'll all get along together? And what happened to me was I found myself amongst a group of princesses who decided that they were going to look after me when I was at my very worst. To the Chief Whip and to the Deputy Chief Whip, I cannot thank you enough for your love and your understanding and knowing when I needed to cry and inviting me into your office and making sure that I didn't always have to be the strong one and that you allowed me to be weak when I needed to. You are an incredibly special woman, and you have shown that humanity is a sign of strength and not weakness. Today, I asked the head of my family, who took over from my father, if I may slightly divert from the tradition that is wearing black and wear something slightly more colorful, still black but with a bit of color because of Christmas. And that is my cousin Sabatino. And his answer to me was, Natasha, at the end of the day, it's your choice. But remember how many people have lost so much this year. And remember that you do not just mourn for yourself, you mourn for all South Africans who have lost their family, their friends, their co-workers, and who now are faced with this new variant whose name I can't even pronounce. I'm scared to say the name, Omicron, because this is not the way I ever expected to learn the Greek alphabet. But it is what it is, and we have to just carry on with life. So I chose to wear black. To all South Africans, please know, Parliament is with you every step of the way. We feel your pain. We want the Lord to hold you in the palm of his hand, and we want healing to be on all our people. Thank you to the Honourable Jacques Julius, who served as my Deputy Chief Whip. He was always by my side when I needed him. Congratulations to Siviwe Gwarube, who takes over a mammoth task. Siviwe, you are one of the loveliest, kindest people I know, and I'm so looking forward to being your partner in crime as we go through Parliament together. To all the staff in Parliament, thank you so much for working when times were dangerous, for when MPs were giving you a hard time for just smiling at us and carrying on. We cannot thank you enough. Thank you to my leader. John, allow me to be a little less formal. You have led in a time where no other leader has come into a time of leading during this kind of crisis. Your leadership has shown us exactly what we need to strive for, and the fact that you never, ever sat in your office, but that you went onto the streets and you walked the streets and you were with the people shows me exactly why I was correct in voting you as my leader, and you have shown me exactly the kind of politician I wish to be.
Honorable Mazoni.
I know, Speaker, I'm over my minutes. I would just like to say, please, members of Parliament, now go and rest, have joy, spend time with your family, be safe, stay healthy. May the Lord hold you in the palm of his hand. Festive greetings, and I wish you a very, very happy 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mazoni. Thank you.
Have you declared it open? Good.
And once more, our sincere condolences to you. I've allowed you to take more time because you spent part of your farewell speech to really express the pain you went through and the support of this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now invite Honorable H. Om Kalipi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we can't come here and pretend to ourselves as members of this House and to the people of South Africa as if everything is fine, while South Africans, especially the poorest of the poor, are swimming to poverty. Today marks the end of yet another year of this House failure to live up to expectations of our people. Just in the second quarter of the year, over 80,000 people lost their jobs in this country. Almost 75% of young people are without jobs, and the extended rate of unemployment is at 44%. Provinces such as the Eastern Cape and Limpopo have over 50% of their populations unemployed, with the vast majority dependent on social grants. The rate of crime, Speaker, has escalated at alarming rates, and just between July and September alone, more than 10,000 women were raped in this country, and more than 6,000 people were murdered. Speaker, Parliament have failed to pay its staff the annual performance bonuses last year, and again, this year, the staff is not getting their annual increase. How do you expect the poor staff members to survive under these difficult circumstances, Speaker? We call to you, Speaker, to protect workers, and we further call to you, Speaker, to respect the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and the management of Parliament. They must stop being arrogant toward workers' plight in Parliament, because we need those workers to service us. Speaker, our hospitals have proven over and over again that they have no capacity to handle the increased rate of admission due to COVID-19. We all know that our hospitals were never equipped to deal with general illnesses that trouble our people during normal times. The situation is now worse because of COVID-19, Speaker. The South African Airways has been successfully liquidated, and Denel is on the way of being liquidated as well. And sadly, who are suffering the most is the workers, not the ruling elite. Our passenger rail agency has been thoroughly captured by the new agents of state capture, Speaker. While they are doing this, trainers used to ferry our people have been thoroughly destroyed, depriving our people of a reliable form of transportation. While all of this happens, Speaker, this House was unable to hold the executive to account for their destructive actions. In actual fact, Speaker, ANC members of Parliament used this House to defend their corrupt ministers. We stood here, Speaker, as the EFF and warned this House that the Department of Health was busy looting funds meant for COVID-19, including the digital vibes scandals, were shouted down by the very same members of Parliament, and this House protected then the Minister of Health, Willem Kize, from accounting. Our state-owned enterprises have collapsed, Speaker. South Africans are experiencing load shedding a lot, Speaker. This Parliament has become the greatest enabler of the looting and destruction that has been going on in this country for a while. We have abandoned our role of holding the executive to account at the altar of political alliances. The greatest crime that this House has done, however, was knowingly playing with the emotions of our people and their request for the return of their stolen land. The ANC knew from the day one that they were not interested in expropriating land without compensation, but yet they move along for sake of fooling our people and getting votes. From the constitutional review processes to the constitutional amendment bill processes, there was never any intention of amending the constitution to allow for expropriation of land without compensation, but yet they fooled our people into believing that they were. May you all go home and develop some conscience. May you all recognize that the fact that your own tummies are full today is at the expense of the hunger and frustration of the great majority of our people who continue to suffer even more under this leadership in this Parliament. May you use this festive period to reflect on the destructive role you have played in South African politics. To fighters here in Parliament and to our ground forces, the struggle continues. Land and jobs manje asijigi. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Mkhaliphi. Mr. Hendricks, you have your hand up. Honorable Member Hendricks, is it a point of order?
On a point of order, House Chairperson.
No. Honorable Ntlangwini, I didn't recognize you.
But I'm calling now a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Hendricks has his hand up. He probably is also calling for a point of order. Please. Honorable Hendricks, are you still there? Okay. If you're not there, then Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think it's very unfortunate that the chief whip of the ANC is screaming the way she's screaming. She can't dictate to us that what we should put in a farewell speech. That is our farewell speech. It's our minutes. She can't dictate to us how to use
Honorable
it's wrong.
Ntlangwini. Honorable Ntlangwini.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not a point of order. And please, when I call you to order, please oblige.
I will do so, Speaker. Sorry, I didn't hear you there, ma'am. Sorry. My apology.
I'm making a plea to you. Don't do that. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next...
Order, Speaker.
Honorable Mkhaliphi, yes?
Speaker, I think we must protect all members here. I heard the chief whip of the ANC shouting, saying, farewell, farewell. It's our plot, Speaker. We can't be dictated by anyone, Speaker.
Honorable Mkhaliphi, it is understood, of course, it's farewell speeches, and no one can dictate to you what you should say, but it's equally very important that at this point, as we are parting, that we show ourselves and we show one another love and tolerance. Can you please allow me now
love and tolerance
to invite another honorable member to make his farewell speech? And I thank you. And I don't expect any of you on the virtual platform to keep on budging in as we are discussing. These are farewell speeches. The way we have understood them all the years is that it is time when honorable members speak with one voice on any matter. Thank you very much, Honorable Shengwa.
On a point of order,
you hear what Mazon is saying again, and
on
Speaker,
a point
you
of order,
to
Speaker.
ignore him. You to ignore him, Speaker. Why are you treating us as a stepchild in this Parliament, Speaker? What have we done to you as a new Speaker in this Parliament? Why are we not protected here? We can't be told by DA or NC how to speak in this Parliament. One voice what? While the poorest of the poor are suffering out there. Why must we speak one voice?
Honorable.
Please protect us. We are equal members like everyone. You can't be told by DA or anyone, Speaker. Please come in and protect us as well.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm standing on a point of procedure. I think the Honorable Kalipi was given enough time, as per their minutes, to bid us farewell, of which she did in her own way, and no one interjected. Can we be allowed to proceed with the business of this House without any interruptions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
On a point of order, Speaker, I have raised my point of order before that member speak.
What is the point of order?
Really, ma'am. It's really disappointing. And
what is the point?
Speaker, I'm coming. My point of order is that why are we dictated how to write our speeches? Who is Natasha Mazoni to say that we are talking rubbish in our farewell speech? Because she wants to come and do a monologue for her dad on a farewell speech. Nobody stopped her. But now, if we are using our minutes for us, we are told that we are talking rubbish. Who is she? No, Speaker, please. We love you.
She's your partner.
We love everyone. Nobody's going to dictate for us where to speak, when to speak it, and how to say it. It's wrong.
Honorable Ntangweni from the system.
She's your partner, Mos. Why do you ask us?
Minister Zulu, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's just a request. I think I have raised this concern, Honorable Speaker, that we raise our hands to be able to speak, and we continue not to be seen, those of us who are on the virtual platform. I am requesting again, Honorable Speaker, that the people, the ones who are sitting in front of you, can they please keep on checking on whose hand is up? That's the first point of order. The second point of order, Chair, is that, Honorable Speaker, there's been an agreement that members who keep on interjecting and from the platform, who keep on interjecting and not enabling, they must be shut down. I have been shut down, and I respected that position of being shut down because that's what was agreed upon. Can we also make sure that members who are interjecting without being given a chance to speak, they must be shut out?
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. Table officers, I don't know why you keep on missing the hands of people on the virtual platform. This has been raised, this is being raised, I think, for the third time now. 2 days ago, the matter was raised. Yesterday, it was raised, and now it is being raised again. That's the one thing. Number two, when I say please remove a person from the system, I don't expect you to wait for me to give a second directive. I think that is enough. You've had the screaming match. I think, honorable members, people can raise issues. You could have raised the same issues you raised, Honorable Member Mkalipi, without screaming at the speaker. The same issues, you could have raised them in a better way. Now, I am now removing Honorable Ntangweni from the system. I now proceed and allow Honorable Shengwa. I'm sorry to do this to you.
On that happy note of that unhappy farewell, Honorable Speaker, Ebenezer, Ebenezer, Ebenezer. It was the worst of times, it was the best of times. 2021 was another challenging year for the House as the nation continued the battle against COVID-19 pandemic and tried to find a new normal. The Inkatha Freedom Party, like many, was not left unscathed. Tragically, we lost two of our members, Honorable Simon Faela in the NCOP, who had served with dedication, my very good friend and brother, Honorable Sinqumalo, our Deputy Chief Whip and Chairperson of the IFP Youth Brigade, who had been a champion of the youth agenda and a brilliant politician. Once again, to the Chief Whip of the ANC, Mam Machudin, and all colleagues, Siyabong. We would like again to extend our condolences to all other parties that lost members, as well as the parliamentary family as a whole that lost dedicated staff over the past year. As we mourn this loss of life, we must also remind ourselves that we cannot drop our guard and that we must remain vigilant in our efforts against the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly as the fourth wave breaks upon our shores again. The business of Parliament was not only interrupted by the pandemic, but also the 2021 local government elections, which saw two parliamentary terms cut short, impeding the ability of Parliament to conduct its oversight role. During the past year, the IFP championed various causes, more recently calling for a debate on the exorbitant fuel price and its impact on the lived reality of our citizens. The debate was unfortunately refused, but today again we raise the issue in this very House as we will continue to pursue a solution constructively that will improve the lives of ordinary South Africans. The IFP also stood up for the rights of our social workers when they were sidelined and as vaccines were being distributed to frontline workers. We called for a debate on the dismal state of SOEs, as well as an inquiry and investigation into the SEP's capacity, resources, and infrastructure at local level. In 2022, our focus will also be on the climate change bill, which we feel requires much attention, just like we paid attention to HIV and AIDS and COVID-19. We only have one planet, and it is our responsibility to do everything in our power to preserve it for future generations. The pandemic of gender-based violence is yet another issue that we in this House must continue to champion against. We cannot allow women, children, and other vulnerable persons to live in fear. Tragically, despite the interventions of the past year, poverty, inequality, and unemployment still continue to torment millions of South Africans. As members of this House, we must come together in the new year to hold government accountable for misspent funds and wasted resources, as well as the representatives of the people. We owe it to the public that the public purse is well managed and that basic services are actually delivered. As we bid farewell in 2021, the IFP would like to offer our thanks to the former Speaker of the National Assembly and the new Speaker, and the presiding officers and the table staff and all the staff of Parliament for their ongoing support and assistance. On behalf of the IFP, we would also like to take this opportunity to wish a farewell to the Honourable Self and thank him for his service in our country. It has been a pleasure to work with him, and we wish him well in his untimely retirement due to poor health. Finally, we would also like to thank the IFP leader in Parliament and IFP founder, His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, for his guidance and wisdom over the past year as our parliamentary leader, and wish him a speedy recovery from COVID-19. Finally, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the IFP, I would like to wish all of you a safe and blessed festive season. May we continue to do good, and may we all return recharged and ready to face the challenges before us in the new year. uNkulunkulu womusa anithande nonke anigcine anihlenge anilondoloze size siphinde sibonane futhi somlomo sibonga kakhulu sithemba ukuthi asikuhluphanga kakhulu nawe ungena kulesi sikhundla sikukhuleka namanje nje ukuthi ubhekane namankentshane lawa gangayo. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hlengwa. The Honorable CP Mulder. Oh, it's Vessels. Okay. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, firstly, let me join in on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, bidding the Honourable James Self a farewell. it's not only a loss to his party, but also a loss to Parliament and to South Africa. Mr. Self was an example of a responsible politician, always being calm, rational, and when he differed with dignity. He showed tolerance and mutual respect. When he raised his party's stance, he did that with dignity and always keeping calm. And that was an example and should act as an example to especially certain members that are currently on the virtual platform. Honourable Speaker, his career was a testimony to servant leadership. He made a huge contribution to South Africa and to South African politics, and also especially to the oversight role in this Parliament. And we bid him a farewell and a happy retirement and all the best with his path forward. En alle sterkte word hom toegewens. Agbare Speaker, dit was 'n baie moeilike jaar. 2021, net soos 2020, was nie 'n maklike jaar nie. Nie net vir hierdie huis met sy besigheid en die belangrike werk wat ons moes doen nie, maar ook op 'n persoonlike vlak. A lot of members experienced special hardships, lost family members, we lost colleagues, and it wasn't an easy year for anybody in South Africa. I want to thank the colleagues for their collegiality throughout the year. Where we differed, I believe most of us did that with tolerance and respect to one another. And especially to the presiding officers, the Speaker, and the other presiding officers, also the staff, especially for their assistance and their hard work during abnormal times and also difficult circumstances. And at the end of the day, Honourable Speaker, we are human beings. Although we're politicians and we differ and we're busy with a lot of difficult work and we differ from each other vigorously, we are human beings with families, and we should always remember that. Deputy Speaker, I want to then also say to all the colleagues, have a blessed festive season, have a good and well-deserved rest, also to the staff, and let us also go and enjoy this time with our families, which I think especially during this year, and especially during an election year, we neglected a lot. Speaker, die VF Plus en sy leierskap wil elkeen 'n geseënde Kersfees toewens, ook 'n veilige feesseisoen en 'n veilige Kersfees. Mag ons ook onthou dat die virus nie verby is nie. Mag ons met die beskerming van die hand van bo gesondheid geniet, nie net vir onsself nie, maar ook vir ons gesinne en ons familie. En ek wens u almal sterkte toe. Let us see each other next year again, and let us then continue the work that's very important to serve the people of South Africa. I thank you.
I thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable S.N. Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. At a time where more than 1,000 people per day die of various diseases, including COVID, AIDS, TB, and chronic other ailments, it is important to stop and reflect on this tragedy. And this includes a number of our colleagues. And I think in particular of my dear friend, the Honourable Jackie Mofokeng, and remember the stirring sermon delivered by Maruti Khadebe in this House. Let us continue to lift up the families of members of this House that have been lost at this time of Christmas, when the loss is so more acutely felt by their families. Let us remember all those that are struggling at this time, whether it's financial, psychological, family, health, and other reasons. And we will, as a family, continue praying for you and your family, Honourable Mazzoni, at this time. Speaker, I'm also pleased that progress is being made with the remembrance plaque in parliamentary precinct, as this is a way to honor all those MPs who have passed on. It is also imperative that we have a time of rest. Does Jesus not encourage us by the words, "Come to me, all of you who are weary and carry heavy burdens, and I will give you rest"? I would also like to pay tribute to the Honourable Jay himself, who I've known for many years. And I clearly remember his advice to me as a young MP in 1999. Don't spread yourself too thinly. Now, in the ACDP, we tend to spread ourselves quite thinly, and maybe I should have followed his advice. But he is indeed a wise owl, and I wish him a wise owl if you look at him with so much wisdom. And I wish him well in his retirement and pray for his full recovery. The ACDP would also like to thank the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, House Chairs, all the Chief Whips and Whips, parliamentary staff, the IT staff, administrative, catering, interpreting, Hansard, legal security, and police. We appreciate you all. Without your hard work and sacrifices, we could not perform our constitutional obligations. I, in particular, would like to thank my leader, the Reverend Kenneth Meshwe, Wayne Thring, and Mari Sukkers, who have supported me as a whip here in the House. Speaker, I would like to conclude with wishing everyone on behalf of the ACDP a very blessed Christmas and a happy New Year, and conclude with the words of this very famous hymn. Lord, dismiss us with your blessing. Thanks for mercies past received. Pardon all, their faults confessing. Time that's lost, may all retrieve. May thy children, ne'er again thy spirit grieve. Let thy Father hand be shielding. All you hear shall meet no more. May their seed time past be yielding, year by year a richer store. Those returning, make more faithful than before. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Swartz. The Honorable Zungula of the ATM. Honorable Zungula, are you here? Honorable Zungula, you are not on the platform. We proceed. Honorable Imam Sheikh.
Honorable Speaker, is it not the good party before me?
No, it is the NFP.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to start off by talking about Honorable Self, who spent the greatest part of his entire life serving the interests of South Africans. And he is the difference between being a politician and a statesman. In the 43 years that he has been involved in servicing the South Africans, he made many sacrifices, and one great sacrifice was his time with his family and his friends. I'm quite certain to a very great part of his life, he would have missed his children growing up. To Honorable Self, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, we want to extend our best wishes to you, sir. And we do hope and pray sincerely that you will overcome your health challenges and live a long and healthy life and still be giving guidance and wisdom to us. To Honorable Mazzoni, I want to say to you, I can understand the pain and suffering you are going through. Yes, indeed, only time will heal this wound. But rest assured, Honorable Mazzoni, despite the differences we have in this house, you are in our prayers. We pray that the Almighty God gives you the strength and courage to overcome this tragedy that you've had in your life. To the Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, all Chief Whips and Deputy Chief Whips, House Chairpersons, Honorable Members, leaders of political parties in the House, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, we want to extend our best wishes to you. During this festive season, we've had some bad news in the last couple of days on many tragic accidents. So please be safe, stay away from alcohol. Omicron virus is still very variant is still very much part of us. Let us take the necessary precautions. To all those loved ones that we have lost, including Honorable Minister Jackson Mthembu, Honorable Mkhize, Honorable Cameron McKenzie, Honorable Mslongo from the EFF, Honorable Ibrahim, and many others, to their family and friends, we extend our deepest condolences to them. May the souls of the deceased rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, I will be failing in my duty when I heard an attack earlier on staff that were not being paid in Parliament, bonuses and things. I want to reiterate and remind the EFF, Honorable Speaker, that they have never given a single staff an increase since their birth. They have never given them a single bonus. They have never given their staff a single benefit. Yet they come out here and surely we need to be able to lead by example. All staff from all political parties all over the country are going through a difficult time, and we need to stand to them. My plea to us all is, let us come back in 2022. Let us be united. Let us put our differences aside and work for the best interest of all South Africans. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Imam Sheikh. The Honorable Member from the AIC. We proceed. The Honorable Member from COPE. The Honorable Member from the PAC, Honorable Nyoto, not here. The Honorable Member Hendricks Aljama.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the African Review Mechanism, when they gave a report some years ago, they said that the greatest threat to our democracy is if you have a two-party state. And obviously encouraging multi-party democracy. It is in that spirit that we thank the Honorable Selfie for the opposition role that he played most of his life. The nation owes him a lot because that opposition role has definitely strengthened our democracy. One of the thrills for Al Jamaa this year was when the president of the country and the president of the ANC, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, said that he will be one of the first to cheer for Al Jamaa when it is needed. Being just one member of the 400 members, that gave us a lot of encouragement. Speaker, Al Jamaa would like to thank the honorable members and the staff for their sacrifices, and we wish them well over the festive season. And they mustn't rest all the time. They must use some of the time to spoil their families. We heard about the two princesses, and for the one princess wearing the shirt that she likes, and the other princess, she took my photo yesterday, so I'm very, very thrilled about that. But more important, we have a speaker that is a breath of fresh air, and we look forward to your leadership and guidance next year, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. I now invite the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Somlomo walendlu ebekekileyo amalungu emibutho yolishumi elinesine ekhoyo ngokuba abavoti bebefuna ngolo hlobo. Ndivumeleni nam ndithathe umcu kulomlu ubonakala ubaluleke kangakanana namhlanje wokunqwenelelana ihambo ntle. When we say farewell, nakwaba baphezulu, besingathi ni wrongo, besisithi farewell hambani kakuhle, niye kule ndawo sonke sizawuya kuzo. From the onset, the farewell speeches, Honorable Speaker, are meant to be light and merry, looking at the year that we have traveled. But, Honorable Speaker, I must mention that 2020 and 2021 has not been very easy year to us as parliamentarians. We want to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families of Comrade Ibrahim Ismail Ibrahim and Ambassador Dr. Lindiwe Mabuza, the veterans of our struggle, whose untimely departure during the beginning of this week left the nation devastated. They walked through these chambers of this democratic parliament. We thank them for their enduring love and commitment to the people of our beautiful land, and may their soul and the families find solace in the knowledge that they will forever be in our hearts. Notwithstanding that, alongside, it has been a very tragic loss of fellow MPs. ANC lost 6 MPs, 3 in 1 month, which is January, a very devastating situation. The IFP lost a very young, shining, uprising star. The DA also lost very stable and sound members of the DA. How can I not mention AIC, our one and only Nchai? May their soul rest in perfect peace. As the COVID pandemic continues to claim lives and affect families, sadly, with the Omicron variant, the numbers are already starting to spike. We also continue to live in the trauma of gender-based violence and femicide. Government have tried to intervene as unemployment rises, poverty deepens, and inequality widens. Kodiwoyena ya COVID-19, haiso ka ibali sitlhare, ibile kaofela ha re lekeng matsapa a hore re itshireletse. Our parliament worked tirelessly in 2021. From one corner to another, we crisscrossed the country to listen and respond to the aspirations of our people. The socio-economic rights that our people have expressed is what we are here to respond to. We are here because of them. It is in their needs that require a response from us. Njengabathunywa nabameli boluntu. Our robust oversight role as parliamentarians is one of the collective constitutional responsibility that we must all discharge. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you could also consider ufaka nje imalana pha constituency work. We're doing a lot in those constituency offices. But with the inflation rate, there's nothing that really come from Parliament to boost the work that we are doing. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, today signals the end of the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. Our commitment is to ensure that this become a year-long program to eliminate all forms of gender-based violence and femicide. Our society remains largely patriarchal, and our consciousness means that this must result in a visible change in the period of us serving here in the 6th Parliament. Gender-based violence and femicide is a societal matter, and therefore we must call on all South Africans to stand up to eliminate gender-based violence and femicide. Today also marks International Human Rights Day. We recall the words of former President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela in an address to the Canadian Parliament in 1990 when he said, I quote and close quote, given our bitter experience of oppression and repression. We are determined that our country should be a truly thoroughgoing democracy in which the rights of all its citizens will be inviolable and in which all will be equal before the law. Today, we also mark the day where President General Inkosi Albert Lutuli was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize in 1960, noting that this was the first Black African to receive such an honor. As we reflect on our performance, Honorable Speaker, we need to change the way we have been doing things. Lack of decorum in this House. Over the year, we have seen decorum of this House being under attack as it has just happened. A continuing pattern from previous years. We cannot allow the House to deteriorate. We must respect one another as fellow lawmakers. Even when robust in debates, we should not degenerate. If anything, lack of decorum, it is merely building alienation amongst our people. Next year, we need to review the rules of NA, given that it is almost 5 years since it was done. With our presiding officers, thank you very much for keeping order. But at times you become very harsh, even to the ruling party, and we accept that. You can be harsh, and we scare of you when you become harsh. On social cohesion, let us continue to build better communities by strengthening social cohesion and nation building. We are here to stay. We are South Africans. We must build our own country working together. Let us make sure that we make a special effort to bring festive spirit to those in our nation that are found on the bedrock of Ubuntu. And now is the time to practice this, all those who are vulnerable, and spread love to them and give to them. On a personal note, Honorable Speaker, I wish to express my sincere appreciation on behalf of the ANC for the collegial manner to work together in the House, notwithstanding our political differences. To my colleagues in the Chief Whips Forum, Deputy Chief Whip, all the Chief Whips of all parties, your diligence and commitment to our country and its people does not go unnoticed. We may have many unsettling moments, but we bridge the gaps and soldiered on. Similarly, I must thank the staff of Parliament for their willingness to assist members of this House, their commitment to the people of our country, and their enduring professionalism. Your efforts matters. Your efforts are most appreciated. Honorable members, the ANC whippery, how can I forget you? Because when you are supposed to whip, you whip from the virtual, because we have many members, and you ensure that you play your role as expected. We know during this time of the year, many people lose their lives on road carnages. Let us obey the rules of the road and safety tips by maintaining necessary speed limits, rest when tired, refrain from drinking and driving, refrain from drinking and walking. Lala kulo ndawo ithe ilanga latshona kuyo wacaca uba somnyama thixi awusakwazi nohamba. Abantwana baye esuthwini, as they go to the circumcision school, they must come back alive. Mabaye bephilile, babuye bephilile. Asinqweneli ukungcwaba abantwana bethu.
There's initiation school.
We must also continue to support our local economy by boosting local holiday sports and establishment where we can still fly. SAA, because they have limited flights, let's support our own. This is the South African brand. On the retirement of Honorable James Selfie, you bow out in a very decent manner. You are not thrown out of Parliament. You go out voluntarily because you have served your nation. May I also take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to wish Honorable James Self well on his occasion of retirement. We thank you, Honorable Self, for the service to the nation that spanned more than 4 decades. Your diligence will be missed, and may you take pride knowing that you contributed in the drafting of the Constitution, which we are celebrating 25 years. The city uye waseva ikantri yakho. Let's pray for divine intervention, that God must keep us, God must bless us. Thixo makawatweze amaphiko phezu kwenu. Modimo wa kgotso, Modimo wa lerato, a etsa hore re kopane hape selemong se tlang. Go buhlungu ukuthi sishiyane ngoku kunyaka ozayo sibuye sisithi so and so is no more. I've buried a lot of members around December in 2020. Can our God make a divine intervention? May God bless you. Ambani ke maqhawe namaqhawekazi niye kwiholide kodwa nibacingele abo bathe babetheka ngenxa ye-COVID-19, abanye balala bengatyanga. Masinikezele isandla. Ubuntu must be one of the pillars esimangaye. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Order, Honorable Members, allow me to add my voice to your remarks. Firstly, allow me to bid Honorable Self farewell as he retires. In this House, in the years that we have been here, I never heard Honorable Self raising his voice. He was a very calm and humble person, that even when you differed with him, he would do so in a very respectful manner. May you enjoy your retirement with your wife, with your family, and in particular your grandchildren. It's always a pleasure to be surrounded by grandchildren. And I should say this, we will be missing your contribution in this House. Allow me as well, honorable members, to pay tribute to two outstanding revolutionaries, patriots who passed on this week on the same day, because these are former members of this House, Comrade Ibri Abrahams and Comrade Ambassador Mabuza. We all know that Comrade Ibri was a deputy minister, but he also was a very strong advocate for human rights. And I would also want to remind you about the role which Ambassador Dr. Lindiwe Mabuza played, part of the first group of members of parliament in this House in 1994, in our era, at the dawn of democracy. A diplomat par excellence, a poet, a teacher, and a matriarch to the entire community of revolutionaries and diplomats. Honorable members, this year has been very challenging. The pandemic has continued to devastate our society. Economic growth, yes, has slowed, and unemployment and poverty remain acute. Crime and abuse, especially directed at the vulnerable, our women and children, persist, and we have lost loved ones. Just this year, we have lost 11 members of this House. May their souls rest in eternal peace. But despite all this, honorable members, South Africa has gone forward, and we've recommitted ourselves to building our nation, to democracy, to social cohesion, and to a better future for our children. Last month, we elected local representatives for all our municipalities, and I should congratulate all those who were involved in campaigning and all those who have won the election. As parliamentarians, we've also been busy in terms of lawmaking. We've passed a significant number of bills, including, critically, legislation intended to strengthen our fight against gender-based violence. Just this week, we considered legislation concerned with land reform, whereas we could not reach consensus on this matter. It served as an opportunity, though, to affirm our determination as a to advance land reform and build a just and prosperous nation. Honorable members, we are well aware of the fiscal situation in our country. Slow growth and competing priorities mean we have fewer resources. In this context, it is essential that we strengthen our oversight system and scrutinize our spending. In this regard, I've been encouraged by the work of our committees who, despite the prevailing constraints, have continued to hold departments accountable. As we say farewell and leave Parliament to travel back to our communities and families, we should take care. The pandemic is still with us, and we must do everything we can to stay safe. At the same time, we must remember all those things we can be thankful for, because there are so many. We can be thankful for just breathing and being here in this house. Be thankful for one another, for having crossed paths. Be thankful for our families and their support. As Speaker, I must extend my appreciation to all members of this House, specifically to the Deputy Speaker, the House Chairpersons, the Chief Whip and her Deputy, the Chief Whip's Forum, the Programming Committee for their support. I also want to thank the Acting Secretary of Parliament and the Secretary of the National Assembly with his entourage, and the staff in the Speaker's office. Honorable members, it has not been easy, but I should say this, it was a pleasure to work with you, and I will continue to work with you for as long as I am here. I thank you, honorable members. At this point, we have come to the end of our business. Travel safely, drive safely, be safe. We don't want to bury anymore. Thank you, honorable members. The House is adjourned.
Long live the Speaker. Long